Rodney Fuentes getting arrested.
Hello everyone and welcome to another edition of Tinfoil Tuesday. Today we're going to be looking at all sorts of ridiculous conspiracy theories. Today we have a bit of a focus, although of course we have other things too, but we're going to be talking about conspiracies regarding the Capitol riots and the aftermath. So that's going to be a nightmare. Welcome everyone. Let me get to these bits and whatnot. Purple Nickel with 100 bits says, time to tinfoil tango. 74 Quinn 74 with 100 bits says, hey Hannah, I'm super excited for this Tinfoil Tuesday because I'll be able to be here the whole time. I'm on a multi-day car trip to get my top surgery this Friday. Woohoo. Hey, congratulations. Good for you. Be safe on your car trip. Make sure you're paying attention to the road and everything if you're driving. 74 Quinn 74. Thank you for subscribing with a 5-month streak.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Mickey Pike, thank you for the 35 bits, says I'm playing bingo this time around. Nice, nice. Make sure you get your bingo cards if you don't have them. We're going to play some Tinfoil Tuesday Conspiracy Bingo.
Nothing funny about the tools of
KR Goss, thank you for gifting 10 subs to the community. Appreciate it. Look at this dog and cat with 50 bits says I had been listening to and reading the QBS about how Trump would use the emergency alert system to announce a military takeover. And when I got an emergency alert last night, I almost shit myself. Yeah, I've been, we have some conspiracies today that talk about that. So yeah, that's something the Q people are starting to believe. What are they gonna do? We only have 8 days of this shit show left. I'm sure there'll still be a new kind of a shit show happening afterward, but... Are they gonna finally accept, like, oh, Donald Trump lost, and he's not gonna all of a sudden gain power? Weird. Weird how that works. If we get again, if we do Hype Train, we'll be able to clad me in more reflective tinfoil-y goodness. Let's take a look at what we're going to be, Lohan, thank you for following. Let's take a look at the videos we're gonna be taking a look at today. Redundant. Conspiracy Theory of Everything, Part 4 from Spirit Science, Integration with Technology. I guess it's going to be about people merging with technology in some way, shape, or form. This is what I think, most excited to look at today, because it's just so darn weird. It's a call for an uprising, whom we've watched multiple times before. First of all, they have a general video about what they think is going to happen, and they think the Capitol riots were a false flag. They weren't. But then he goes into his plan to evade bans on YouTube that is just the stupidest plan in the history of plans. So we'll take a look at that. He also mentioned me in this video, so we're going to take a look at that.
This is a...
Whoopsie, didn't mean to play that. We have Animated No Agenda. I guess this is Conspiracy Theory Podcast, but it's animated bits from it. We have RV Truth talking about how they think Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak are satanic Freemasons. We have this person talking about QAnon stuff, believing Trump is going to use the emergency broadcast system to take power. We have Warriors for Christ, believing that we are in the end times because of what's been going on. This guy also is talking about conspiracy theories about Q. This guy's talking about the capital stuff. And then we have Steve Pennington, who is just... Imagine if Mimsy Moon had a brother who's, like, needs mental health care. That's this guy. Colston of 20 bits. I've been fighting against leftists who don't want others to report the Capitol Hill terrorist all day. They keep on saying that helping the FBI is a slippery slope and unbefitting of a leftist. They need to grow the fuck up. No. A little pragmatism will go a long way. 74 Quinn 74, thank you for gifting a sub.
There's nothing funny about
like, I don't need to like the FBI to recognize that, like, hey, if fascists invade the federal capital and the FBI want to do something about that legally, great, help them where we can. You don't have to approve of the FBI's typical conduct to recognize opportunity for justice for those people. At least that's my opinion. Pier Squire, thank you for subscribing with Prime. With a 7-month streak, says, I've cracked my egg, and it's your fault, Hannah. I can't thank you enough. There's still a lot to do, and I'm not fully out yet, but I never felt better. Hey, I'm glad that you were able to sort of look into yourself and find out more about who you are. Whatever that means for you. Good for you.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Alley Cat with 500 bits. Thank you. We're already at 47% of the level 4 hype train, so this is nice. Dr. White 94 with 20 bits. Lob of a it goes on like that. Purple Nickel with 100 bits. Chugga Chugga Choo Choo hype train time. KR Goss with 100 bits. Mailing your book in Mimsy's house tomorrow. Hype! I'm so excited! Kamikaze Dynamo, thank you for following. Let me get some of this tinfoil on for the first 3 levels. You always gotta do the jacket. I love the jacket a lot. $74 Quinn 74, thank you for gifting a sub. Bumble Homestead with 100 bits says lurking and sewing. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Cold Stare, thank you for gifting a sub. Level 4 complete. Last First Born X, thank you for the 200 bits. Trapped Fairy with 100 bits. Have you heard about the idiots planning to riot in all 50 state capitals? These terrorists don't learn. I did hear about that. That's gonna be bad. Hopefully they have security and stuff ready for that. Pirate Jenny, thank you for the bits. Archangel 13579, thank you for 100 bits. Canadian Left support with 20 bits. Obviously, the people who stormed the Capitol were all holograms created by the deep state, and things that were destroyed were all controlled explosions. It was a huge false flag. Oh, God. I know you're joking, but unfortunately, we're going to get some stuff that's not too far off from that today. Mock Turtleneck, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. 6-month streak. Okay. Starter hat removed. We did the other hat last week, so we'll do the horns. This week we'll do the horns. How about it? Mock Turtleneck, thank you for subscribing. I don't remember if I got to that one. Antipodian Squid, thank you for 1,000 bits. Beautiful. Let's see. We have gloves. Look at this dog and cat. Thank you for gifting a sub. 74 Quinn 74 says Conspiracy Queen. Comrade Devin, did I hear about the QAnon shaman leveraging his red face racism to claim religious exemptions to get organic food in prison? I did hear about that. Not great. Tellurian Catcher to 20 bits. Will you be streaming Sunday when the riots are supposedly happening? Probably. I think I'm going to have to probably take tomorrow off because I'm really busy tomorrow with other stuff and I have voice training. Which I'm getting back to now. So, yeah, I'll probably be streaming Sunday because I'm not going to be able to tomorrow or Friday because of my electrolysis appointment, so I probably will be Sunday. Plus, if that's happening, I should probably cover it anyway. Ashy Boo 74 with 50 bits biddies for the hype train. Choo choo. Oh, we got to the level 5 hype train with 2.5 minutes left. We did it. Hooray. Thank you, chat. Mock Turtleneck with 500 bits. Hey, Hannah in chat. It's been a minute since I've watched a stream. I hope y'all are doing okay. And I'm excited my first stream back is a Tinfoil Tuesday. Well, welcome back. I'm glad you could make it. Clockwork Van, thank you for gifting a sub. I still gotta wrap tinfoil around this gavel, but it counts because it's part of the whole. It's part of the whole thing, okay? It ties everything together. Stonecore Bell, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. There we go. That's not bad. I try and mute the gavel a little bit by putting soft things under it. I do have to wrap this though, so it's a tin gavel. But what are you gonna do? Let me see if I can do these goggles with the... It's gonna fuck up my hair so bad, these goggles, but I gotta try. I should probably take the horns off first and then do the goggles and then put the horns on. Oh, God, look at that. Maybe if I do this, and I kind of put the things under my hair, except for the goggles themselves. I'm gonna have to figure out this goggle business, you know? Like over the bangs, but under the other hair. It's kind of a mess, isn't it? I got my headphones stuck in here, too.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Okay, that's a little better. Hopefully these won't give me a headache resting on my... And then we gotta get the horns. Okay, that's a look. It's not a good look, but it is a look.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Over all the hair.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Ugh, this is hard to do. Because I'm looking in like a camera that's reversed. I think that's about as close as I can get. How's that? Not bad?
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
Tellurian Catron says goggles should work if you put your hair in a ponytail, but you could always attach them to the horns and not have the elastic around your head. That always gives me a headache. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
There's nothing funny about the tools of capitalism.
They're gonna fall down if I put them under the hair. They're fine right now. Look like the monster from a bad 60s B movie. Not in a bad way, though. Thank you. More things change, the more they stay the same. Refuse to don influenza masks. Shop... Oh, Jesus Christ. How have human beings lasted this long? We're so stupid. Okay. Is this tinfoily enough? I think that's all my tinfoil stuff that's... I have the wings, too, but I haven't had those, like, fixed yet. And I have this, but that's certainly not going to fit with the goggles, so... I think this is what we're working with today. Not bad. Not my best tinfoil look, but it'll do. I missed 2 of your bit messages. Sorry. I'll look. Put them on... They're slowly sliding down your bangs. I'll... Put them on like a headband. Oh my god. You're... please don't yell at me, Baha. Okay, but when I put them over, it just, like, squishes everything. It looks terrible. It looked way better the other way. didn't realize Baja was a fellow dominant. Okay, let me get to Daddy Sume's. Hannah, will I ever be a mod? Also, don't miss bits. Hold on. N block. Oh, click the link. Can you post that link again, please? Will you ever be a mod? Perhaps. I'll think about it. I've seen this one before. McConnell told associates he believed Trump committed impeachable offenses and is pleased Democrats are moving to impeach him, believing it'll make it easier to purge him from the party. That would be good. I'm gonna take that with a big old grain of salt, though. Put on the maid outfit, but it's Baja saying it. Someone bring me a maid outfit. I don't have one. Okay, let's get to the stuff, I guess. What are we gonna watch first? This is depressing. Let's just take a look at this real quick. So Steve Pennington is an individual here on YouTube who started as a flat earther and an anti-vaxxer and has slowly descended into, oh boy, the cracks of America's failing healthcare system. Let's put it that way. He is a person who is severely in need of probable mental health care and isn't getting it. It's just very depressing. I'm not going to make fun of this guy because he clearly needs mental help, but I find what he's doing fascinating, so I wanted to show it to you guys.
Hey y'all, Karen, the Patriot here, and as a Patriot, and you probably figured this out already, as a Patriot, I really love the First Amendment more than any of the other amendments, especially that part that says redress of grievances. I mean, I've addressed my grievances before, now I'm going to redress my grievances! That's why they call me Karen. Don't you know? Anyway, I gotta tell you, I got a little bit of conspiracy theorist in me as well. I just heard the president's tweet, and you know, about the vaccine is here. I wanna believe it. I'm just being honest with you. I wanna believe with all my heart. I wanna believe it. I wanna believe it. I wanna believe it. Without reservation, I want to believe it all. But I just know, even if I try to believe it, even if I smoked marijuana and hypnotized myself into believing it, I know what would happen after a while. And I don't mean a while like years. I mean like a day or two. Even if I hypnotized myself, I'd start thinking like, now, hold on. What about the conspiracy theories? So, why wait? Why wait a day or two? I'm gonna not believe it right now. Love you.
Okay, can I point out that even though this gentleman is someone who probably needs some intervention, needs a mental health care professional to come in and help him, he has the knowledge that he should not be on camera at the same time as the puppets because he can't throw his voice, which is more than Mimsy does. So can I just point out, this gentleman who needs mental health care immediately is better at the puppets than Mimsy. Just something to consider, okay?
Hello. Burgundy. Pimpernel here, keeping the gate of freedom open. My job. I do want to express that I believe the great Gettysburg Address from President Lincoln does not get enough credit. For in it, I believe...
This one just has, like, I don't know if you can tell, but see this big, like lump at the bottom of it? At the, you know, the bottom portion? It's like a baseball that he just stuck on there, or like a softball, and then covered in this paint or this clay or whatever. I don't understand the thought process. It's quite fascinating.
The burgundy, I almost said scarlet, the burgundy pimpernel, I believe it gives us the secret to the reset. In it, we find the phrase, new birth of freedom.
Who boy? This is the actual guy, by the way.
I just want to be a little more precise with the numbers that we went over, I think, yesterday. But anyway, the numbers are year dates. 1776, that's the year we became a nation, because we wrote the Declaration of Independence. And you can say, well, we had to fight a war, and then we had to get a constitution. Yeah, but we won the war. And there were magistrates, if you will, in the United States of America doing things anyway. So we had structure, we had government, you know. I mean, just think of the Salem witchcraft trials. I mean, they hung those people. They hung what they thought were witches, people that would not repent of witchcraft. They hung them. How many? 20, I think it was. Anyway, we're talking about 1776, not 1693. 1776. And then you do the math, 2003 minus 1776, 227. Took us 227 years to make sodomy legal as a nation. Took us 227 years. Now, when did Israel become a nation? 1948. What happened 40 years later? It only took them 40 years, 1988, for Israel to make homosexuality legal.
Thinly veiled anti-Semitism on the bingo card? Is that thinly veiled, or is that just straight up anti-Semitism?
Took us 227 years. Took the Holy Land only 40 years. Makes you kind of wonder. Makes me wonder if the Holy Land was ever holy.
That's right, capitalistic.
It's not holy now. Was it ever holy? Ever. Is that really the geographical location that Abraham got? Were those really Jews that got that land in 1948?
Yeah, maybe that shouldn't count as thinly veiled anti-Semitism, because it's not thinly veiled, he's just being anti-Semitic. This one is titled, When Giuliani Reappears, Will It Be Deepfake Giuliani?
Burgundy Pimpernel here, watching the gate, and I'd like to point you to deep fake concerning Giuliani. Yeah, the question is Giuliani going to appear as Giuliani? When he appears, will it be Giuliani or a deep fake? That's all I have to say about that. Love ya. Bye.
Deepfakes are going to be one of the most destructive things, and I mean, they're already starting to be, but like in terms of using them as a scapegoat. Of course, there will probably be actual deep fakes of things that will be misleading and make you think certain things happened that didn't, or people said certain things they didn't say. But I think what's almost more destructive about the idea of deep fakes is it's going to give an out for conspiracy people to say that anything awful a politician says on camera, oh, that wasn't them, it was really a deep fake. You know what I mean? Like, imagine the Trump, not that it mattered in 2016, they already don't care, but like the grab them by the P word tape. Imagine if they all just said, well, that's not real, that's a deep fake. They could do that time and time and time again. You know, they could do that with any messaging of politicians they like and just claim that it's fake, so it's not good. Unlike Mimsy, his puppets sound different. I think he's a better puppeteer than Mimsy, but I don't know. And he actually makes his own puppets, which Mimsy doesn't, so credit where credit's due.
The main reason I do not believe in the moon landings.
See, this one sounds kind of like Droopy Dog. You know what I'm talking about?
Is because of the intersecting shadows.
Have I seen the Trump steamed hams video? No, I haven't.
Hey y'all, Pokey, the conspiracy postulator here. Finally, you're saying, finally, a postulation. Okay, yeah, it's a postulation. So let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought to yourself, I want to be a good person, and I'm going to click on an educational video, and you got on your Bluetooth headsets, and so you tap the button and walk away from your cell phone, and you're doing whatever you do, and when the audio plays, you realize, hey, this is educational, but it sure has nothing to do with what I picked. Doesn't that make you wonder if there's maybe supernatural forces taking place? That's what happened to me last night. I don't even remember what I was going to educate myself on, but the history of Israel started playing, and the narrator explained everything about its creation and how it's going now and everything. What's going on? And I got a problem with Tel Aviv because of all the homosexuality parades. They're worse than we are. And it sort of got me going again, so I'm thinking all over again. Maybe the Jews are not even occupying the correct geographical location. Who knows? Or maybe those that are occupying Israel right now today got, maybe it's not Jews that got it in 1948. 1948. And guess what happened 40 years later, 1988? The legalization of homosexuality in Israel. In Israel. That's where Jesus died on the cross with our sins and rose from the dead. Now, Helen DeGeneres gets COVID-19. And I'm wondering how to pray. Shall I go deeper? I don't want to get canceled or anything, or blocked from uploading for another week or 2 weeks. 2 weeks! If it happens again, I'll be at 2 weeks. Can't put up any videos. So, I've said enough. You think about it. You pray. Love you. Bye.
Oh, yikes. Like, does this guy... I assume he must just, not have a family or anyone who's, keeping an eye on him, because this is, a whole... Look at how many of these videos there are. It just goes on and on. This man needs, severe help, and, the anti-Semitism and stuff is awful, obviously, but he's clearly just off his rocker, right? He is not in any sort of, reality. He needs help. He needs severe, severe help. Is it on YouTube or BitChute? This is on YouTube. It's just absolutely crazy. And I hope he gets the help he clearly needs, because this one isn't one like I said, I don't want to make fun of this one. Of course, there's like just a surreal element to this where it's like, wow, but this is not someone that I want to make fun of. This is someone who needs help, and what do you do in situations like this? What do you do when you find a person who clearly needs help, but you know nothing about them, and you can't do anything? It's sad. I don't know. How often does he upload? He uploads, let's see. Oh, he actually hasn't uploaded in like a month. So that's good. Or bad, I guess. But he was uploading like daily previously. So I don't know. In fairness, maybe he got banned from posting for a while because of the anti-Semitism, but then those videos would probably be gone, so I don't know. I would tend to hope that because he hasn't posted in about a month, I would tend to hope that family or someone was able to grab him and help him. The cynic in me kind of thinks maybe something worse happened, but I don't know. We'll check. I'll let you guys know if I hear anything else about this guy, because he needs some help. A lot of it. Moving on. Now we get to these bits messages. The Creeping Darkness says, tinfoily enough for the Tinfoil Club. Ooh, Master of Disguise reference. That's rare. Daddy Sume with 20 bits. I didn't realize Baja was a fellow dominant. Ashy Boob 74 with 20 bits. Mom, I'm scared. Killjoy 102 with 20 bits. Is that the thing from those Quiznos sub ads from like 10 years ago? Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. We need a Steven Mimsy crossover episode. Dr. Gamble with 50 bits. God, the puppet, kill it with fire in Minecraft. TubeMan642 says, Chad, I'm scared. Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits says it looks like they stole the teeth from a corpse. Cryptid Deity with some bits. I'm about to go to sleep. This will be the last thing I see before closing my eyes. Sorry about that. Daddy Sume with a link to the Alice film from 1988. This guy's dolls make me think of this movie. Have you seen this movie, Hannah? You should watch it. It's intensely disconcerting. No, I don't think I have. Bitter old ass broad. Thank you for following. That XY girl with 20 bits. Hannah, your outfit is out of this world. Freaking out 99 says, what is it with these conspiracy nuts and butt stuff? I don't know. They should try it. It's fun. Killjoy 102 with 20 bits. I am now 100% certain the baseball chin sock puppet is made with a sock for hair, dried glue for teeth, and mashed up poop for his body. I don't know about the poop part, but the rest sounds about right. Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. Let's also acknowledge, unlike Mimsy, his puppets all sound different. True. Shady Shermy with 20 bits. This could be a creepy ARG channel. I wish it was. Mitchell Drummer with 175 bits. What's going on? Who knows? Freaking Out 99 with 20 bits. I almost want someone to give the puppet guy a lot of money to make a full-blown conspiracy Sesame Street. I am here now. Thank you for following. Tired Park with 20 bits. This man would be more successful as an ASMR channel. That XY girl. Hannah, how much do I have to pay to skip the anti-Semitic feathered puppet?
Right, capitalistic propaganda.
That's enough. We're already off it. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. Is this on YouTube or BitChute? YouTube. Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. Did you see his Bible in some videos? Poor thing is worn ragged. He's clearly obsessed. I didn't. And then Poshua Hashua. Thank you for following. The gay agenda would definitely be marked off on the bingo card. Let me go to the bingo sheet. The gay agenda. I would argue word salad because he was just kind of saying nonsense. I'm not going to do thinly veiled anti-Semitism because it wasn't thinly veiled. It was just anti-Semitism. How about the Brows Held High episode on it? I haven't watched Brows Held High in a long, long time. You know what? I think I tried to watch this once and then I turned it off. And I'm fine with, like, surrealism, but I was just, like, not having this one. I don't know why. The movie itself, not the review. I've never seen the review, but I think I turned on the movie once. Numerology. I think it was just saying dates. I don't think that counts as numerology. Let me see. Word salad in the kitchen. Okay, let's see what's next. Oh. Okay. So we remember A Call for an Uprising, right? A Call for an Uprising is a terrible conspiracy channel that's anti-vax, believes in, like, New World Order nonsense, thinks Satan is real, thinks Satan is behind everything, a whole bunch of nonsense. A Call for an Uprising now has a new video in regard to what's been going on post the Capitol riots, and then also, more interestingly, I think, later in the video, lays out a scheme to try and ban Evade on YouTube. And it's the funniest, most pathetic attempt at ban evasion I've ever seen. So we're going to watch this, and then we're going to go over to the Ban Evasion channel and take a look and see how that is. So, let's take a look.
This is A Call for an Uprising. Welcome to today's show. This is an important episode. I'm going to somewhat address this on YouTube and mainly address it on my website at callforanuprising.com, especially in the forum and through videos where we can all interact with each other and see what's going on in each person's town, because we've all heard whispers that the Insurrection Act is going to be, well, everyone is saying it's been signed. Nobody can confirm or deny that.
It hasn't.
I've read the articles. I've read the people who have confirmed it. I mean, how do I know if this is a credible source? Somebody out there who tweets it could be just as credible as listening to CNN, so it doesn't mean much.
No, that's actually very untrue. You should definitely take CNN over someone randomly tweeting something. I'm not telling you CNN is always 100% accurate, because they're not, and you should always listen to media with a skeptical ear and with a grain of salt. But nonetheless, like, if CNN is like, hey, this thing was signed, chances are that thing was probably signed.
But this is why you should be concerned if the Insurrection Act is indeed signed. So the Insurrection Act gives the president the power to deploy the military and federal forces across the U.S. So what does that sound like? Huh? Well, it sounds like martial law, right? Because that's pretty much what it is. It was originally passed, I believe, 1807, 1808, somewhere around there. And they created the act to allow the president to use U.S. armed troops and federalized National Guard troops inside its own borders. Now, this is why you should be very concerned about it. And I'm not trying to create fear because, again, I don't know just as much as anyone else knows if it's been signed or not. But
I think you're giving yourself a little bit too much credit when you say you know as much as everyone else. I'm pretty sure you don't. I've seen your videos. You know very, very little.
Most people with intuition can feel something bad is about to go down.
That's not how things work. You're not like, it's like, when, like, it's a movie and there's a big storm or something coming, and all the animals are like, oh, the animals are spooked. What's going on? Like, they have some sixth sense intuition that something's about to happen. No, that's not a thing that exists in real life for humans in regard to this sort of thing. You cannot somehow psychically feel that something big is about to happen. Not how that works.
That was just the beginning, what we saw, even though it was an absolute comedy show at Capitol Hill. It was the precedents being set for something bigger to occur. And it's not
Precedents. It sounds like you said presidents.
just about Biden going into office. And we have a 10-day window here where a lot of crazy stuff can go down. Remember, people like myself originally had said that Trump won't leave office. That was just a guess, obviously. That was just based on my intuition and what I saw. And again, looking at all the messages that they were saying in repetition over the media.
Trump literally said months and months and months ago that he wouldn't accept the results of the election. And he also didn't accept the results of the 2016 election, which he won, but he lost the popular vote, and he didn't even accept that because he didn't win the popular vote, and he didn't want to believe that. Doesn't take a genius to figure that one out.
Because again, if you follow my channel, I talk about sigil magic and why it's important to realize why they use it. They use it enhances the craft of their spell. It's part of their laws that they follow. They tell you in advance what they're going to do. Sometimes they use humor, sometimes they use sarcasm, and sometimes they flat out tell you.
He's describing what conspiracy theorists call predictive programming. Basically the idea that, oh, there was a thing on The Simpsons 10, 20 years ago that was vaguely similar to this real-life event that has just happened. Clearly, they knew about it all along, and they put it in there as a warning or some bullshit like that. It's always nonsense.
But people just don't really pick up on it. But they've been using repetition with saying how Trump wasn't going to go anywhere. Now, why this is really important, whether you're a Trump supporter or not, if martial law is put into effect, it suspends a lot of our amendments. Most importantly, well, for me personally, the most important would be the First Amendment, because it will suspend freedom of speech. But I guess they're all equally important, because it will suspend freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, press freedom, and the right to bear arms.
You just named the first two amendments. Most of the things you said were the first one, and then the last one was the second one.
This would be a problem. So they will not allow you.
It's just weird to me that you said all of them, and then you only named two. Odd choice.
To speak, they will shut you up, and they will not allow you to bear arms. And the military will be in the streets. And again, this has not officially, as far as I know, been signed. But then again, they talked about it 7 months ago when the riots were happening in the summer. They were hinting at it and talking about it over and over and over about how Trump was provoking it or was signing it, and he may have officially done it then. But these are the underlying things that happen with martial law. People don't understand why martial law is so dangerous and deadly, because the military, in essence, becomes the ruler. Now, you might say, well, that's great because, our government is, incompetent Satanists and occultists. But in reality, this means they could use all types of different tactical, things.
Satanism on the bingo card.
On the American people. In other words, they can use force. They could do certain things that they want to do. They're really you're under their law, military law. And again, if you can't bear arms and you don't have freedom of speech, and you don't have freedom of assembly, you're talking worse than 1984 is what you're talking. So that's why it's important to keep an eye on it.
Do you think any of these people have read 1984? I'm just curious. You see this a lot, especially with the Twitter bans. Now, let me be clear. I haven't read 1984 either. I read, in my high school, we had to do a dystopian fiction, and my class did Brave New World. We didn't do 1984. So I can talk about Soma, and I can talk about the end of the book Blood Orgy, but I cannot talk about 1984. Just curious.
Detail on my website. It's extremely important that everybody get over there, sign up. It's $2.99 a month, but trust me, it is worth it. The videos are worth it.
I also just realized my public school education had us read a book that ends in a blood orgy. So that's good. That's good. Good job. Good book.
The forum itself is worth it. You can keep people notified on what's going on in your towns or places around you or stories that you hear, because I'm not going to hear and see everything. No one is. But we're all in this together. And if they're going to take freedom of speech away, they're certainly going to start with YouTube. So it's important that you get over there. I actually was going to do a video I wanted to show people about the C-19 and some of the ridiculous stuff, but it doesn't seem that important in hindsight with all of this stuff that's going on. So they say that, some of these articles about it are talking about the Insurrection Act is an exception it gives the president a specific excuse to use martial law only to restore order and prevent a rebellion against the government, right?
No, satanic / ritual child abuse is Satanism.
I mean, think about how ridiculous all of this stuff is, right? They use the QAnon movement. They put Antifa / actors and actors into this movement. They created...
Guys, where's my Antifa check? Okay? I've been anti-fascist my whole life. Never once have I been like, yeah, fascism good. Fascism good. No, because it's not. Fascism's bad. I'm anti-fascist. Can I get that sweet, sweet Antifa cash? Give me that money. Give me that money.
They did pretty much a bigger movie than you would actually see in a movie theater, because the actors on TV, these askers.
Maybe I'm not getting checks because I don't own a bike lock. Who knows?
Anchors, and these politicians are better actors than in Hollywood. I mean, these are the greatest frauds that have ever lived. I think the 99.9% of them are demonically possessed at all times. I think it's just demons speaking to them. I wouldn't be surprised to see their eyes go black while they're talking. And people have caught that before.
No, they haven't.
But the Insurrection Act, it might sound different, and it might be a little bit worded different than martial law, but the president still has the ability to do that. And they're talking about all of these extreme events occurring around America and protests in the next 10 days, where there's going to be,
Yeah, I'd say calling them actors is false flag on the bingo card. Good call. Let me see where false flag is. Something is a false flag operation.
Protests, there's going to be rioting and more insurrection and all this other stuff. So it's important to keep an eye on it. And again, I'll be talking about it over there. I want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comment section. If anybody has any credible information that actually, says 100% that this has been signed and, he's invoked it, let me know, because I haven't heard.
You would hear about that on the news if it was a thing that was happening. You're not going to get sources on your YouTube comments.
Heard it anywhere. Obviously you can't trust what you hear in the media anyway, but Trump.
I don't trust that darn media that can be sued for spreading lies. I trust anonymous sources on YouTube. Like a real American.
The power to use the Insurrection Act if he wants to, diffuse rebellions or civil unrest or anything like that. So he could still do it. And they claim that it cannot be done secretly. It has to, if it happens, that people will know. So I would assume it would be a part of the plan, and then the media would let everyone know. I wouldn't expect, just suddenly military men walking down your road. But again, this is all part of the plan. It's all part of the show. So make sure you check out the website. I want to remind everybody again, I have a secondary channel.
We're about to get to the offensive shit, believe it or not.
People just don't seem to get it. I'm surprised that people who subscribe to my channel don't get it. If you don't get it, I don't know if you should even subscribe to me, because you don't get me. But I've made 4 or 5 channels on here already, okay? They've all been demonetized. They've all been shadow banned and hidden.
Because you're spreading unfounded conspiracy theories and lying to people constantly.
And I get strikes constantly on them. I can't upload them.
I would say no, not Q claimed as a source, because he wasn't claiming Q as a source. He doesn't believe in Q. He thinks Q is a psyop. So no.
My other main channel, I have another one that's having problems. So I made one called The Call for a Rainbow. And the plan is that once it gets reviewed, which is about maybe 4 days from now or 5 days from now, and they approve it, it'll be seen in the search, and it'll be monetized, and they'll like the video, and they'll leave the channel alone for a while until maybe it hits a certain amount of subscribers. But as soon as that's done, I'm changing it back to a call for an uprising. And then I'm going to build another channel, and I'm going to call it a call for a rainbow again. And I'm going to do the same thing, because it's me versus a computer. And I'm not taking it from anyone. I'm not being pushed around by their stupid algorithm or Susan Wojcicki or anyone else. You don't understand how YouTube works. There's barely any employees there, okay? I'm going on 7 months waiting for review of my channel to get it approved. They don't look at anything. They don't care about anything. The only thing they look for is their algorithm searches if you're talking about the C-19 and the CDC and you say anything bad, or you're talking about this kind of stuff with the insurrection and you're hinting at people. So I wouldn't be surprised if this got a strike, but I'm not going to tag it with the insurrection, because what's the point? So the point of the other channel is to do that and then change it to my channel, and everyone get over there to subscribe to it. Make sure you subscribe to it. Understand that I am mocking the things that trend on YouTube, because that way they'll approve the channel. They're not going to listen to this video, and while they're approving that channel,
Does he not
nobody can
realize people are
contact
gonna
them and
report
go,
him for this?
"Hey,
I don't
YouTube,
know what he
look,
thinks.
a call for an
I
uprising
really
is
don't.
tricking you." Guess
It's
what? It
very
doesn't work that
strange.
way. Have fun trying to do it. They don't pay attention. There are millions and millions and millions of billions of people on here. All right? So that's what the plan is. And then when that channel gets approved, I'm going to change it to a call for an uprising, and I'm going to make another call for a rainbow, and I'm going to continue spoofing them, and I'll have 5 channels ready to go. All right? It's not about how many subs I have. I don't care if people are like, well, why wouldn't you want to upload on your 500,000? Well, I'll keep notifying people here where they can find me. So subscribe to the Call for a Rainbow. Understand it's a parody. I'm spoofing the ridiculous crap that they promote on YouTube every day in the trending section, like male makeup tutorials and, you know, kitty cat videos and stuff that's so nonsensically ridiculous and so not important while the world is burning. This is the stuff that the millennials and all these idiots are paying attention to.
He knows millennials are in their 30s now, right?
So that's the reason for it, in case anyone doesn't get the madness behind, or the genius behind the madness, because that's pretty much what it is. So make sure you subscribe. It's below, and check out the website if you haven't. It's worth it. Ask people who are over there. They'll tell you it's worth it. And if you don't like it, you can always unsubscribe from the website.
Now check this out. Here's the actual channel. A Call for a Rainbow, in which he very offensively pretends to be a member of the LGBT community while doing a lispy voice. So let's take a look at one of his Call for a Rainbow videos. And I am not exaggerating when I say this is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen on the internet. And I have seen some absolute shit, okay? But this is bad.
Call for a Rainbow. Hi everyone, it's me. Welcome to today's episode. I thank everyone out there who joined my special channel. I'm still really nervous doing all this stuff, but I have a really special show today. I'm going to do a makeup tutorial, and I'm going to do all sorts of cool stuff, and we're going to look at some of my new favorite channels, and I'm even going to sing a song, because I've seen that people, when they sing on here and they're really good, and I've been told I'm really, really, really good. Like, really good. Like, I should be a famous singer. You know, go on like American Idol. So I'm going to sing a song, and maybe it'll go viral. And
Okay, let's pause here for a moment and talk about what is happening. I know now for a fact that Call for an Uprising does not listen to his recordings before he uploads them. Do you know how I know that? Because absolutely no one would record this and listen to it and not realize how absolutely embarrassing they're being. This is pathetic. This is the most pathetic thing I think I've ever seen on YouTube. And I've been on YouTube for almost a decade now, and let me tell you, if you're looking for just the worst of humanity, well, probably 4chan or 8chan. But in terms of widespread stuff, YouTube is full of some bad shit. This is embarrassing. This is pathetically embarrassing. And I don't know how this man lives with himself on a day-to-day basis when this is what he has to do with his life. No, the 4chan space doesn't count if I say it.
and get 4
This is what he considers satire, by the way. Is just speaking like this. I don't even know how I would describe this accent. It's like he's trying to come off a little more femme, but he's like, and I know all about being bad at doing a femme voice. I do it all the time. He's terrible. He's really, really bad.
Million views. So I'm going to do that and then some other neat, cool things. So welcome to my show about rainbows and unicorns and all sorts of wonderful stuff. So let's start. And I want to thank everyone out there again. I know I got a lot of views, which is really cool. I was hoping to get in the millions, but I didn't get there yet. But there's still tomorrow. And maybe this video is the one when I teach people about makeup that'll go viral. So, okay, I took my friend here, his name, sorry, I get nervous sometimes. His name is Dimitri, and I did a makeup tutorial, and I want to show you the before and the after. So this is him, and he wanted me to do give him a new face and do lipstick, and I learned all this stuff from watching these recommended videos. And I want to thank YouTube for recommending so many videos like this about men doing makeup on men, because it's helped me out a lot. So here's the before, and here's the drum roll. What does everybody think? I know I'm not great. I know I'm not James Charles yet, but fingers crossed. There's important things in life like men's makeup tutorials that I'm going to be great at one day, but I also want to do many other great things. So let me know what you think, and maybe you could be the next person I do the makeup thing on. I could try it on a girl maybe even, so let me know. Okay, well hopefully that part goes viral. I'm getting really close to I'm at 1,000 watch hours, and they say if you get to 4,000, you could put ads in your video and you're approved, and then you can show up in the search. But people show me
it's not a satire if you're not doing the thing. That's not how makeup tutorials work. It's not satire if you're just saying, I did a makeup tutorial and here's a picture of someone. It's not how satire works.
Already showing up, so that's cool. Wait, what's that sound? Oh, it's a special segment I'm adding to our show. It's Kitty Cat.
You don't understand why he hates makeup on men? Probably because he's really insecure and he doesn't understand it, therefore he thinks it's bad? I don't know.
Cat birthdays. Isn't it great? Yeah, it's Kitty Cat birthday. So we're going to sing a special birthday shout out to Smittens. And here it is. Happy birthday, Smittens. Here we go. Meow, meow. Happy birthday, Smittens. Smittens. Happy birthday.
Honestly, I'm most offended that he thinks cat videos aren't great. And he makes fun of me later in this video, but the cat thing is just beyond the pale.
Well, that was really, really fun. If you guys have a cat, I'm not big on dogs, so if you have a kitten preferably, and it's its birthday, please let me know, and I'll make sure you can email me a picture, and we'll wish him and sing him a happy birthday, because that's what this channel is going to be about, positivity and happiness. None of this hate. Everyone's so hateful and mean and bullying on here, and we need positivity and happiness in this beautiful, wonderful world of happiness. And we're all going to bring in love and happiness together. So that's what that was for. Now, I want to show you some of these new channel stuff I found. I thought that this was really, really cool. This is, this guy's got a channel. He's got 4 or 5 million views. Look. And he's driving in his car, and then his daughter's singing, and he just starts to cry. And that's all his videos are. Listen.
Again.
Important videos that need to be on YouTube and reach people.
Does this idiot think every video on YouTube has to be a hard-hitting expose on something? People like entertainment. Do I like videos like this? Not really. They're not my thing, but I also don't care. Right, it's like Big Bang Theory, right? Big Bang Theory was one of the most popular sitcoms of the last decade. I don't like Big Bang Theory, but I'm also not one of these people who feels the need to go around and be like, Big Bang Theory is the worst, and I hate it, and anyone who likes it's stupid. Like, who cares? Who cares? People like their little vacuous entertainment things to get them through the day. I have my own. I like the Marvel movies, even though they're pretty silly. We all have little silly things that we like for entertainment, and there's nothing wrong with that. Call for an Uprising just have as a big stick up his butt. It's a big anti-vax Satanist stick, and he really needs to pull it out.
While the world burns. I mean, while the world sings, right? So I decided that I'm going to make my debut here on YouTube singing, and maybe it'll go viral and people will like it. So I picked one of my favorite songs, so I guess I'm just gonna okay, all right, I'm gonna try not to get scared. Okay, ready? Here we go.
Who's the boss?
Oh, the things we do to get around algorithms. Excuse me. What did everybody think? Was that good? I might have been a little off note. I did it a cappella, but I'm gonna clip in the song in the background when I edit it. But that's a great show. It's called Who's the Boss? Anyway, so far I've done a makeup tutorial. I've done a cat birthdays.
We're coming up on my segment.
I just sung to everyone. So those are really things that help you get viral and get you in the trending section. And maybe because I've heard of people get their channels suppressed if they don't do those things. And then here's another thing I want to do. I want to show you my new favorite YouTuber. And he's like me, he's a part of the LGBTQZQYZXPWZ. And here's a clip. He's a really funny guy, and he's really cool. And her name is Hannah Reloaded. And we have the same amount of subscribers almost. And here's a video that Hannah does called A Call for an Uprising Hates Santa Claus.
Let's find out, shall we? Hold on.
And we have the same amount of subscribers almost. Her name is a part of the LGBT.
I'm trying to get you guys a good timestamp to report, sorry.
TQZQYZXPWZ. And here's a clip. He's a
here is a link if you'd like to do anything on that video.
a really funny guy. We have a call for an Uprising Hates Santa Claus. Tinfoil Tuesdays. Okay, so let's listen in.
It's time for our favorite conspiracy. I say that about everyone. He's not our favorite. He doesn't like Baphomet a lot, though, and that's funny. Here's a call for an uprising, once again talking about, I think, the vaccine. This video is called, You Need to See This, just how desperate they are to get children vaxxed. And then there's a lot of X's in his vaxxed by the people at PBS. However, vaccine nutbags, like a call for an uprising, or I should say anti-vax nutbags, are going to take this as nefarious because they think medicine is somehow a diabolical plot to microchip you. Oh boy, it's a good thing people don't walk around with a big brick full of microchips all day, every day. That sure would be embarrassing for anti-vaxxers if they believe something so stupid as to think they need to inject you with a microchip. Why did he start a second channel with the exact same name and the exact same content? Here he has almost 400,000 subscribers. What I don't get about this segment in particular is he kind of leaves the clips as they are, And all my points are still correct. Like, he left in the part about the microchips. You know what I mean? Like, if you're leaving in the part about the microchips, are you gonna address it at any point? Are you just gonna go back into your offensive LGBT stereotype voice? You know? I don't know. Subscribers, and he started this other channel that's also called A Call for an Uprising, but in all caps. And it has 45,000. I assume he's trying to evade being, like, delisted by YouTube or something, but you're really not supposed to do that, either way. Gonna put that on my conspiracy list as well. Fine. Weird.
He's funny, isn't he? What's he talking about? Who is this crazy Uprising guy? What's a microchip? This guy's crazy. He's making. Why would you make a new channel if you have He makes a good point. Why would you make a new channel if you have 500,000 subscribers? Why would you make?
I don't think improv is this guy's strong suit. If he's gonna do this, he should probably start with a script or something so he can write actual jokes. That would probably be helpful.
Make a new one and to just have 40. That doesn't make any sense. Why would someone need to do something like that? Why would they be forced into doing that? I don't know. But anyway, this is my friend Hannah. Well, we're not friends yet, but hopefully soon. And as you can see, maybe Hannah can come on and she could give me diet and exercising tips since Hannah's in such wonderful physical condition. And she looks strong as a bull. And then I can help maybe if Hannah's interested with makeup tips. I'm not saying that she needs makeup tips, but maybe I could do the makeup like I did to my friend Dimitri, you know? But that's Hannah, and Hannah's very smart, and she's very smart. Hannah is I believe, well, I don't want to say the word, but I think you can tell. But a very smart person. So the good advice from Hannah over there, and very funny stuff with the tinfoil and making fun of these crazy people like the Uprising guy. He's stupid.
I like that he spent the entirety of the time showing my legitimate points, addressed none of them, and then proceeded to misgender me and make fun of how I look. I think that's a win. He didn't respond to a single one of my points, so that's probably good.
He's stupid. But that eye in the logo looks similar to mine in the rainbow. But anyway, maybe I should take it out. Well, I'm running out of things to talk about, but I think overall the show's going pretty well. Now, if there's anything you want me to do, I'm trying to think of things that are real popular. I sung, I did makeup, I promoted the LG, which I'm a part of and support fully. I'm very full for the pride. Then I can apply, and then maybe my channel will show up in the search, and maybe
Mightiest Quinn, thank you for
ads and
rating
stuff, and then I'll make another channel with this type of content, and then maybe on this channel, maybe we'll get a little dark. I mean, maybe we'll talk about truth. I mean, I don't know what just happened to me. I feel like I was just starting to wake up. Maybe we'll talk about things that actually matter in this world. I just had a brain freeze. I must have had too much ice cream. Maybe I was coming out of my shell, or maybe I was waking up or waking people. I don't know what just happened. Sorry. Anyway, back to important stuff like that they feature on YouTube. I need to take a nap. I think I'm turning into somebody else. You ever feel like that? That you're like turning in, maybe you're like waking up and snapping out of like a slumber or something like that. And then hopefully, eventually, we'll we'll hit that milestone and we can continue and we can make another channel just like this, and I'll continue to sing songs and meow. That's what I always tell people. If you're feeling down, just go up to somebody on the streets and go meow. They won't punch you in the face or anything. They'll give you a big old hug because it's a one up, and make sure you keep your social distance. You don't want to be out too close. You gotta keep 6 feet. Remember, that's what our protectors tell us. They say 6 feet and wear your mask. So do that too, okay? All right, I'm gonna go now and do my exercise for the day. Thanks everyone for being here. Yay! Bye bye.
There's nothing funny about the tools of
So,
capitalism.
a call for an uprising has lost his effing mind. If that needs to be said. This is, again, bullying aside, this is like so cringe. This is, and he thinks this is going to somehow allow him to evade bans. He's spending, so far he's only uploaded 2 videos outside of the channel trailer here. He's spent at least 30 minutes of his life, 30 minutes doing this embarrassing, offensive, anti-LGBT improv? I don't even know what you want to call it. It's just so bad. And it's like, listen, I don't know the name of the guy who does a call for an uprising. I don't really care either. It doesn't matter. You don't need to do this. If you're this intent on just peddling conspiracy nonsense, it's stupid. Of course it is. But you have the right to do that. That's fine. Although no platform has to platform you or give you a voice because they're private platforms. Why don't you go to BitChute then? Why don't you go to BitChute? They'll let you post whatever you want. They're full of Nazis and stuff. Just go to BitChute. Do all that stuff there. It's fine. Why do this? Why do this? It's just such a strange choice. Like, he spent a little bit of time, you know, putting his logo in some rainbows, and he got a PNG of a cat and a PNG of a rainbow, and he put it, you know, I just... Why?
This is my new YouTube channel. I'm a little nervous. It's my first video that I've ever done, and I just want to become a popular YouTuber here, and I'm nervous. Hold on. Sorry. I hope you guys will like my first video. I decided to call my channel A Call for a Rainbow because rainbows are really pretty and I like them, and I like unicorns and cats. And let's start by talking about some stuff, because you know, to get popular on YouTube, you got to make content, and then you got to get to a lot of hours viewed in your videos, and then YouTube
I'll be done with
will
this guy
maybe
soon, guys.
decide if they'll let you be popular or not. Some yoga. People seem to really like the goat yoga with putting the goat on their back. Personally,
is he spiraling? I think he's spiraling. I think he feels backed into a corner because he recognizes that, especially after the Capitol insurrection attempt, he knows that platforms are cracking down on this sort of conspiracy shit because it directly leads to violence. And I think he knows that he is not long for this website, you know? I think he knows that he's going to get kicked off pretty soon, so he's desperately trying to do something, anything, but he's also panicking, which is causing him to make very strange decisions like this. It's honestly kind of fascinating. Beyond the, of course, obvious offensiveness of what he's doing, it's also just a fascinating look into his psyche. It's so weird.
I put a skunk on mine. That's crazy. People that want to know, because it's scary stuff. You know? That's why I decided to call the channel to myself. What do you guys think? Not my thing, you know. I used to talk about pizza a lot. There.
His sound mixing is bad, too. He needs to turn the music down. But anyway, that's, a call for a rainbow, which is just a call for an uprising, but more embarrassing, if that's possible. Moving on. Okay, let me get to these bit messages. Is he religious? I believe so, yes. Is this on YouTube or BitChute? YouTube. Who made Bill Cipher cry? Call for Uprising logo. KR Goss, thank you for gifting a sub. Boondocks Dragon, thank you for following. 0M80 with 100 bits. Hey, Hannah, just got here. What did I miss? Oh, boy. It's kind of hard to explain. Shady Shroomy with 20 bits. Are sigils just zoomer runes? I don't even know what a sigil is. Trapped Fairy with 100 bits. I, for one, support Witch Congress. That XY girl with 20 bits. Hannah, only boring books don't end in blood orgies. Lily Love Stuff with 20 bits. We did 1984 in 8th grade and Brave New World in 10th grade. Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. The most important part of 1984 is actually about the psychological stuff and the way it affects people. The catalyst for the psychological drama just happens to be a totalitarian fascist surveillance state. Canadian Left Support with 20 bits.
Capitalism.
I read Brave New World in high school too, and I thought it was awesome. I read 1984, on my own time, and my hot take is that it's overrated. No spoilers, but it has a much more depressing ending than Brave New World. Well, it's dystopian. That's kind of part of it. Clockwork Van with 100 bits. How sure are we that this isn't who he really is? 100% sure. Mock Turtleneck with 100 bits. I'm actually shocked he didn't call him Jamal or something. Yeah. Dr. Xanadu with 20 bits. 1, yikes. 2, that's not a tutorial, learn what words mean. Yeah, that's why it falls flat as a satire, right?
Nothing funny about the
Like,
tools
it doesn't
of
make any
capitalism.
sense, because that's not how makeup tutorials go. It's like, he could have watched one makeup tutorial video so he could learn how to parody it, but he didn't. He just, like, was like, I'm doing a makeup tutorial. There it is! Like, that's not a tutorial. What? Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. Thanks, Hannah. I hate it. Logarth with 20 bits. Did we break a call for an uprising? I think YouTube did, not us. Antipodian Squid with 100 bits. I've never hated someone more than I hate this satire video. OMG, destroy me now. A sock garbage with 20 bits. The song is the best part of this. Creeping Darkness. What's killing me is that he's trying to act shy and meek for, like, no reason. Like, bruh, you ain't gotta do all this shit to avoid a ban. Yeah, it's very strange. Yeah, we'll go over bingo in a sec. Once I'm done with the bits messages. KR Goss with 1,000 bits. Need chat's advice. Am I the asshole if I ask my mother-in-law not to come visit us from Washington during my husband's cancer treatments? She even has a quarantine plan. She's a crystal healing rich lady who does Reiki and doesn't know how to clean up after herself because she's used to maids. However, her son is going through really brutal treatments for stage 4 metastatic melanoma with low survival chance. Sorry to steal the moment, but I don't know what to do. Oh, I'd be concerned about the fact that she's like a crystal healing lady, that she's gonna not take quarantine seriously even though she says she's going to. I don't know. I mean, how does your husband feel about it? Because that's gonna be important there. If it were me, and this is just me, but in fairness, I have not the best relationship with my family, I would say no, and just say, hey, like, he's already immunocompromised because he's going through cancer treatments, we can't risk it. That's what I would say, but, I mean, you know, that's a complicated situation, and I don't know how he feels about it. Lily Love Stuff with 20 bits. Let's send him wholesome dad videos and make him feel like he's an even shittier dad than he already is. Clockwork Van with 100 bits. Humorless. Doesn't like people showing emotion. Hates cat vids. And we're sure he isn't the devil? Logarth with 20 bits. At this point, I'm sure this guy has lost the beat. Bardlock Moses. He can go F himself. That XY girl. I had to talk about statistics and vaccines to my students today. Hope that went well. Empty the tanks with some bits. Thank you. A Soch Garbage with 50 bits. He needs to fall down the up escalator in Minecraft. The Creeping Darkness with 20 bits. That does it. I'm covering call ASAP with my clown makeup. Let's see how he handles being made fun of by a literal circus clown. The Mightiest Quinn. Again, thank you for rating. Go check out The Mightiest Quinn here on Twitch. Dr. Xanadu with 20 bits. If there's anything you want me to do, yes, please F off, transphobic piece of shit. Mickey Pike with 100 bits. Someone please, I can't read that one. Mock Turtleneck with 50 bits. I'm sorry, did this guy just evil laugh? Yeah, he did. And did we just crack his own egg? No, he didn't. He's just an a-hole. Rachy Rambles, thank you for resubscribing with a 2-month streak. That was some serious disturbing shit from this dude, and you handled it admirably. Well, thank you. Mickey Pike with 30 bits, thank you for stopping, Hannah, like pulling a nail out of my head. Rising Phoenix, thank you for resubscribing with an 8-month streak. Razzle Tazzle 91 with 100 bits, just arrived. You're looking awesome, you fabulous tinfoil tiefling. Thank you. Tinfling. Mandalaser 1, thank you for gifting a sub. Zealous55, thank you for 100 bits. Thanks for being yourself. You keep me sane at the end of the day. Oh, thank you. So let's go over the bingo sheet, see what we got so far. Gay agenda, word salad, false flag, satanic. I think that's it so far. This man must have a humiliation kink. What is next? So, RV Truth. We watched a video from RV Truth last week that was pretty out there. Very Hans Wormhat-esque in its, like, reaching nature. Its tendency towards picking up on subtle things and acting like they mean something, like symbology, basically. So we'll see if that carries over into this video. This video is, let's see, about... this video is about Apple Computer, Steve Jobs, and Wozniak being exposed as satanic Freemasons, so we'll check that out. Baja says, I think that a call for an Uprising video belongs in the Wall of Shame. The Wall of Shame is more for Chud Watch. I get what you're saying. Maybe if I make a tinfoil... do I want a Wall of Shame for each individual show, though? I don't know. I think I kind of want to keep it just Chud Watch Hall of Shame. I also need to put in the Chud Watch Hall of Shame the DC insurrection attempt, too. Because I forgot to do that. RV Truth stands for Russian vids, just so you know. I used to watch him when I was into conspiracy stuff. Good to know. He's a chud too, though. Yeah, but this isn't Chud Watch. I think it's iffy. I don't know. It's marginal. Anyway, let's take a look at this video.
Before getting on topic, I want to explain one thing when it concerns Masonic lodges. Understand, to join a Masonic lodge, you must believe in a deity. It doesn't matter which one, as long as you believe in a deity. Atheists are not welcome. Also understand, you are not allowed, per se, to pray to Jesus. I'll point that out here, where someone asked in a Mason forum online about basically praying to Jesus in Jesus' name, amen. And the moderator here states,
let's see what it says. I have read that prayers in Masonic ceremonies cannot invoke the name of Jesus or be ended with the phrase, in Jesus' name, amen. Is this true? If so, I respectfully ask why. I also read that the name of Jesus cannot even be mentioned in Masonic temples or any ceremonies, and I ask if this is true as well. Thank you, and I ask for patience if this topic has been done to death here. This person responds, there are no such rules, however, due to the fact that Freemasonry is not specifically a Christian institution, and that most lodges have members who are not Christians, there is a commonly agreed upon convention that prayers will not invoke the name of Jesus. This is not a matter of theology or anti-Christian bias, it's simply a matter of courtesy, and is intended to avoid ruffling anyone's feathers. It's somewhat similar to the practice of avoiding sectarian language in the prayers offered in the opening legislative bodies, city councils, except that politics does not enter into Masonic practices. So that's reasonable. That sounds like it makes sense to me. It's a gentleman's club. Freemasons, which, by the way, we should put Freemasons on the bingo card. Illuminati Freemasons. Nice. Anyway, so it seems like a reasonable rule. It's a club for a bunch of people, and they don't want to... alienate any of their members by invoking specific religious figures, rather than just, like, general prayers to a deity or prayers to, the universe, whatever thing you want to say. That makes sense. Thank you, the Mayor Usama, for coming to the stream.
There is no such rules. However, due to the fact that Freemasonry is not specifically Christian institution, and that most lodges have members who are not Christian, there is a common agreed upon convention that prayers will not invoke the name of Jesus. So it goes on and on, but basically, as far as rituals, as far as saying prayers in Masonic lodges, it's not allowed. So carrying on with Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, and understand Steve Jobs was a Buddhist. This is, again, they have to select a deity, and they believe all paths, whatever path you take, will lead you to heaven, which is completely false. There's only one way, and that's through Christ.
That's what Christianity claims, yeah?
Understand the deception with...
However, a lot of people have different religious beliefs or no religious beliefs at all, and that's also fine.
Freemasonry, there's many ways to God, and doesn't include Christ. Just taking a look here at Steve Jobs. What do you see here? With this, stage photo with his hands in this position.
I mean, it's probably a staged photo in the sense that it's not like a candid photo. He's clearly posing for the photo. But what do you mean by staged? The implication here is that because he's doing the hand steeple, that it's somehow a message that something about Freemasonry or Satanism or something he's going to say. People sit like this, not often, but especially if you're posing for a photo, that might be something you decide to do. I think it's a little outdated nowadays in terms of posing for a photo, but sure, in the 1980s, and he wants to look studious, intelligent, and he's trying to project an image of someone who is, like, on things, who's, like, in charge and is contemplating. He does that motion. That's fine. That's not satanic, it's just a way he's sitting.
Basically, Freemasonic sign here. Also say it's a pyramid as well.
Spurious symbology used as evidence on the bingo card. Spurious symbology. Let me see where my bingo card's at. Spurious symbology. Freemasons. Okay, not bad.
Take a look at Anton LaVey, of course, the founder of the Satanic Church in San Francisco, California, basically doing the same sign. Take a look at Steve Wozniak.
Cited anonymous forum Chan earlier. Let me look. I think we have cited 4chan, 8chan, but it's not just any anonymous source. Let me see. Deep State. Oh, anonymous 4chan, 8chan, any other Chan. I think anonymous is meant to be the hacker group anonymous, not just... No, that's fine. You're probably right. That works.
Wozniak here. You see him doing the 666 hand sign. The sign of silence here, of course, all about Freemasonry.
Anytime you shush someone, you automatically become a Freemason while you're doing it. Did you know that?
Take a look at Wozniak with
librarians are all Freemasons.
George Bush in the White House. What do you see here? Just get a little bit of a closer look. You see the Masonic handshake. And then get into the more...
That just looks like a handshake. What are you talking about? Microchips? Let me take a look. Microchips. Yeah, okay, you're right. Microchips on the bingo card.
More about the occult when it comes to Apple Computer, but first off, I want to show this other image of Steve Wozniak. What do you see here? He's covering the right eye, and I've mentioned this many times before, what this is all about. If you don't understand the occult...
It's not even, like, well done, though. Look, you can still kind of see his eye right there. Someone just took a photo of him when he had his iPhone hold up.
It's not going to mean anything to you. All comes from the Bible, where it states the Antichrist will be blinded in the right eye. This is what it's all about, like I showed before.
Wait, Steve Wozniak is the Antichrist? Oh, they're all the Antichrist. or anyone who covers an eye is the Antichrist or working for the Antichrist. That's a lot of people. That's most pirates. That's so many people.
All the puppets covering the right eye. They might not even know the meaning. They're told to do this. Some might know.
Hold on. Wait. No, it's got to be this one. Oh, wait. Not working for Satan. Working for Satan. Not working for Satan. Working for Satan. Not working for Satan. Working for Satan. Yeah. Nice.
I believe, like Rihanna knows, possibly Bono, but again, we don't know for a fact.
I want to know, and no offense to Seal, okay? I have nothing against Seal. I like Kiss from a Rose, okay? There used to be a great tower alone by the sea. Who became the light on the dark side? You get it. What is Seal's worth to Satan, is all I'm saying, you know? If I'm Satan, I'm like, okay, I need to get control of the media. Okay, Marshall Mathers, Eminem, makes some sense. Rihanna, sure, some of these other people. But on the list of people that you need to control the media, is Seal on the list? Do you pick Seal? I don't pick Seal. Maybe I'd be a bad Satan. Maybe Satan is playing 8D chess or something, and Seal is integral. He's like the load-bearing wall of the music industry for some reason, but either way, just saying.
If they do know or not, but they are for sure instructed to do this. And this is, again, a representation of the Antichrist, as mentioned in the Bible in Zechariah. Take a look here. An Apple computer, of course, the first Apple, as I mentioned before, $666.66.
Maybe, sorry, I'm really stuck on this Seal thing. Maybe Satan was watching Batman Forever? Or Batman and Robin? Batman Forever, I think, is the one that Seal has the soundtrack in. He's just watching Batman Forever, and he's like, damn, this Kiss from a Rose is a fucking bop. And one of Satan's minions is like, oh yeah, that's Seal. And Satan's like, I want that guy to work for me.
The occult of bite into an apple. Bite. This is also, of course, a computer term. Also, ram, which represents a deity, the horned deity of the ram. Goats and cattle. Any horned animal they use as a deity. And of course, the apple itself, with the bite out of the apple, which represents the Garden of Eden.
Or it's an apple with a bite out of it because it's an apple. The apple, you can see this in the original Apple logo too. Hold on. The original Apple logo was not as, let's say, clean as the modern Apple logo. So the Apple logo, evolution over time, once they got this sort of simplified bite out of an apple design, they stuck with it. But the original logo for Apple was Isaac Newton sitting under a tree with an apple above him. It conjures the image of being on the verge of a brilliant idea, is what the apple in Apple is supposed to be. The apple in Apple is the apple that fell on Isaac Newton's head. Apocryphally, that's a story he would tell. It's not a real thing that happened, but you know, it's a pop cultural myth that the apple fell on his head, and that's how he figured out gravity. But anyway, that's the apple in the Apple logo. It's not meant to be, you know, the apple in Adam and Eve, which, by the way, if you don't know anything about the biblical story of Adam and Eve, it's never said what the fruit is that is the fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It's not an apple, right? We don't know what it is, so the idea that it's this is, you know, completely baseless.
Just taking a look at this one old ad here. It represents the Garden of Eden. We're looking for the most original use of an apple since Adam. Talking about Adam, I'm going to get back to Apple, but I want to cover this as well. Understanding, you know, all these computers that are released, not just released within the U.S., they're worldwide releases. You know, Europe, Japan, Brazil,
most big tech things are released worldwide nowadays because we're a global economy, whether people want it to be or not. It's just the fact of how it is. I personally think it's a good thing, though we suffer a lot of ills because of the organizational structure of global economic systems. But either way, yeah, people ship products all over the world. It's not a bad thing.
Whatnot. Take a look at the Atom computer released by Coleco. Same representation with a woman, representing Eve, sitting in a chair nude, biting into an apple. Just taking a look here at the the Atom computer, and it's again by Coleco. I've actually owned one of these back, in the 80s. Actually had to have the printer hooked up to power on the device. Without the printer, the system would not work at all. Not sure if this is a ad with the basketball on top, but nonetheless, reminds me of Ball Earth Programming, talking about the...
Baja, we need to show your dad this video. Baja's dad is into, like, old, I don't know if antique is the right word. What's the definition of an antique? How many years old does it have to be an antique? Does it have to be 100? What's the other one, then? Vintage? Probably vintage. He's into vintage computers, which is very cool. We gotta show him this video to see what he thinks.
Sonic Lodge, getting back to that image.
20 years older or more, vintage then.
Mention it now. Interesting enough, they have this image basically of the dome above the lodge itself, the dome above the earth. Getting back to Apple, like I said, let's take a look here. More recently with this Mac and this symbolism here, you see, of course, the Saturn symbolism. I'll get more into that when it comes to Apple.
It's just like a graphic for your Mac. I don't even know what this is. Is this the box for the Mac? Is this the box that this version of, like, the iMac came in? Or is this something else? Either way, it's like a graphic. It's a graphic for their product that looks a little bit like a planet with rings. It's not nefarious.
You see this eMac, and of course you see the Saturn on the side. Of course, Saturn is a representation of the old Roman god, false god, Satan, which they called Saturn.
No, I got a red flag on that one. The Roman god Saturn is not Satan. It's Saturn, which is based on what god was the Greek god that corresponds to Saturn? Let me look. Saturn god. Saturn was a god in ancient Roman religion, a character in Roman mythology. He was described as a god of generation, disillusion, plenty, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, liberation, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. He was once conflated with the Greek titan Cronus, being known as a god of time. Saturn's consort was his sister Ops, with whom he fathered Jupiter, Neptune. Okay, so Cronus would be the comparison. Cool. Cronus. In Greek mythology, Cronus was the leader and the youngest of the first generation of Titans, the divine descendants of Uranus, the sky, and Gaia, the earth. He overthrew his father and ruled during the mythological Golden Age until he was overturned by his own son Zeus and imprisoned in Tartarus. According to Plato, however, the deities Phorcys, Cronus, Rhea were the eldest children of Oceanus and Tethys. Greek mythology is interesting. But, yeah. This predates, as far as I understand, like mythology of Satan, right? Satan wasn't a concept yet. Or if it was completely divorced from Greek belief systems.
Just jumping around here, take a look at this Byte magazine, of course, representing the bite out of the apple. It's not even an official
Yeah,
apple.
by a long time. I actually should get into that. Even, like in Jewish tradition, right? Satan is a character in Christianity, but not necessarily in Judaism. Satan comes from the Hebrew word, it's something like Satan, which basically means what's the word? Adversary. So it was a descriptor of anyone who stands in your way, of an enemy, of a cosmic force that is against you. It's mentioned in the Old Testament several times, but it's not meant to be Satan, a character, an individual. It's like a kind of angel or a kind of like celestial being. Only in the New Testament and later on does it become more this concrete adversarial individual figure of Satan that we know from Christianity. So the idea of like Saturn being Satan is just patently false.
Production. This is its own entity, but again, it's all controlled, all with the occult. You see the Star Trek characters here. Of course, Gene Roddenberry, as I mentioned before, a Freemason. Take a look here at this Apple store, of course, in New York. Heaven is mentioned in the Bible as being a cube, basically. You have.
Wait, are any depictions of cubes now somehow satanic because the Bible is mentioned to be a cube? So if I have an office building that's basically a cube, that's satanic because heaven is supposed to also be a cube? What?
Have here in the center of the cube the apple, of course, representing the Garden of Eden.
So now what it represents.
The Europe here. This computer store has Saturn, of course, the pyramid symbolism.
Did I see Sarah ask to check my Discord DMs? I did not.
Dual
Thank you
symbolism
for...
in the orange for 33. All about the occult.
Hold on, let me check my Discord DMs real quick. Thank you, Sarah. Let me take a look at my Discord DMs real quick. Why can't I find it? There we go. Ah, okay. I guess I didn't think about a height. Okay. Sorry, she's asking me stuff about D&D character. I gotta type this out real quick and then I'll be good to continue. Talk amongst yourselves for a moment. I saw your Patreon post, by the way, of your Campaign 2 character's hair options. Looks great so far. I didn't see if you posted other Patreon things, but... I don't know. Is that description good? I don't know if I'm good with the descriptions. Let me know if you need me to tune that down a little more. You got further? She's like halfway done. Coolio. I'll take a look after the stream. Back to it.
Now I'm going to jump ahead here and understanding it's not just with computers, it's programming. Of course, like I said, all these computers are released worldwide. Now let's look at video games, for example. Taking a look at the Sega Genesis.
Oh no! Is Sonic the Hedgehog satanic? Wait, does this make Sonichu satanic? Is Sonichu satanic? Oh no. Someone call Christine. Oh god, is my Sonic OC also satanic? The horror. Oh, you don't have to, apologize for interrupting. I appreciate when you or Jake or anyone shows up. Yeah, a link to Sarah's Patreon is in the chat, by the way. Check out Sarah's stuff. It's really, really great. And Sarah's I'm bad at giving people compliments in person, so I'll do this over the internet. Sarah is an amazing artist, and even just she was an amazing artist when we first met, but just in the past 3 or 4 years, she's improved so much, even though she already started out so good. So please go check out her Patreon. It's great stuff. And if you like the Professor from our D&D campaign, and you want to see the Professor as a naked succubus, that's the only place you're going to get that content. So go check it out.
And of course, Genesis means the beginning. This is the beginning of the Bible. The first game released with the Genesis itself was called Altered Beast. Taking a look at this image here, this is the arcade version. You see the man transforming into the beast. You see here at the top, it's a demon. Even carried on to today, more recently I should say, going back a few years with PS2, PlayStation 2 with Altered Beast. When you see with the claws here, it's just as above, so below.
Altered Beast is about being a werewolf. You're a beast. You're an altered beast.
Half human, half beast, of course.
Yeah, that's the premise of the game. You're like a werewolf guy.
Later on, after the Sega Genesis was released, they released the Sega Saturn system. Of course, Saturn, Satan, one and the same.
No one liked the Saturn, though.
Again, understand, this is a worldwide release system. They have the NTSC system for North America, that's Canada and US. They had the European version, the Australian version. They had the one released in Japan. These games were released basically worldwide in different formats.
Yeah.
Understand, again, these people behind the scenes, they want to program the masses. They release these, again, worldwide. Just like Apple Computer, just like all these other computers and gaming systems, basically programming society, the youth, young adults to adults, all the occultic hidden in plain sight.
$180,000, which is a far cry from the $666.66 it sold for back in 1976. Now, Apple's
That was probably an intentional joke. As far as I understand, Wozniak was an atheist. He might have done that as a joke with Steve Jobs, who wasn't a Christian either, so he might have just thought it was funny.
Founder Steve Wozniak has said this price has nothing to do with the devil. It's just repeating digits are easier to type.
Sushi Mom says corgi drafts are a thing. Let me look. Are they tinier drafts? It's hard to tell without other stuff in the frame. That's cool though.
I call baloney on that. Sorry, because honestly, 777 better, 555, whatever.
Okay, so Wozniak liked repeating digits. He's an atheist. He probably did it to be edgy. He was probably like, ha ha ha, wouldn't it be funny if I made this $666.66? Which is a little funny. In that sort of edgy fedora tip kind of way.
Hello again.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We already got spurious symbology as evidence, right? Because this is all that. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. So there's no sources on any of these, so I'm not sure. Okay, so the Gmail one is apparently Masonic Royal Rich Apron. I'm not even sure what that is. Hold on, let me search this. Masonic Royal Rich Apron. What does that even mean? Masonic Royal Rich Apron. Oh, it's like it's like a little thing they wear. Sure. And it looks like a little envelope. So they're saying that because this thing looks like an envelope and the Gmail logo looks like an envelope because it's mail, that they must be the same thing. Masonic Tubal Cane. They found one in a blue thing, so they're saying it looks like Facebook. The Apple Store and the Android product store have a compass in them, not the directional compass. Well, yeah, the mathematics compass, not the magnetic compass. They think that that's Freemason, even though they're both just depicting a compass. Google Chrome, Divine King sign. I don't know much about that. And the Google GPS, which and typically people use Google Maps now. I'm not sure about Google GPS. It's an I, and this one's an I, so that one's a pretty big stretch. Remember Mark of the Beast Karen, who thinks Monster Energy drinks are the Mark of the Beast? Drive safe, Baja. Ooh, Fox News is satanic now. Lovely. Again, it's always with the they live stuff. Guys, they live is about how capitalism is bad. It is not about Satanism. This frustrating. So that's RV truth for the day. Pretty light on the truth, but what are you gonna do? I'll do some bit messages and then I'll move on. I gotta respond to Sarah real quick though on Discord and then we'll be good. Sorry, she's asking about stuff for my second campaign D&D character so she can do the art. And she was asking about the ever-important titty size. It's very important. C-cup, if anyone's, you know, curious about my campaign 2 character's breast size. Gotta get to the bit messages, sorry. Mandalaser, thank you for gifting a sub. Zealous55 with 100 bits, thanks for being yourself. You keep me sane at the end of the day, thank you. The Shadow Witch with 50 bits. So I'm here planning my cooking for next week and I hear Russian vids. Really? This mother effer is still around? I have one thing to say to you for mentioning that name. 33, 33, 33, 33. Ah! We'll recap the bingo card once I'm done with the bit messages. Would Hannah get boob implants if she had the money? I have a transition fund that I do have, that I got from, you guys and other people raising money on GoFundMe for me. That's going to bottom surgery, though. That's more important to me. No, I don't think I would get top surgery. I'm pretty happy with my progress. You guys never see it because I pretty much cut the camera off here. But I have, like, pretty good growth going on for how long I've been on the hormones. Again, I can't really show you on Twitch. It'd be TOS. But, like, I'm pretty happy with how it's going so far. Like, me and Baja, and I think it'll be more apparent as I continue to lose weight. Although the boobs might shrink a little bit as I lose weight too. But, like, Baja and I have, like, the same breast size at this point. It's hard to tell, though. Again, I usually cut off around here. You can't really see, right where they kind of hang. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with what I got going on so far, and I don't really want to deal with, I don't want to deal with breast implants. Not that there's anything wrong with them if anyone else would like to pursue them. That's great. Logarth with 20 bits. That isn't the Masonic handshake, though. Oh, I guess I didn't even know that. The Shadow Witch with 30 bits says, also, I have got 2 meals decided, and it's Mediterranean shrimp over cauliflower rice, and other is Korean ramen with bok choy, low sodium soy, chili oil, and other stuff. How dare then man's name interrupt my art? Damn it. Love you anyway. Yeah, there are risks with breast implants. Your breast cancer rates go up quite a bit, and just other, Again, if that's something you want, that's great, and that's fine. Anyone out there, it's just not something that I would like to do. My big concern is bottom surgery. And I'll be candid about it just because I know that there are trans people who watch this, and I don't want people to feel like their feelings are alone. I have typically in my life felt so uncomfortable in intimate situations because of my anatomy, and it is a nightmare. So bottom surgery is something I am very focused on getting, and I don't know. It's just it's a concern to me in a way that the top surgery just never has been. Mock Turtleneck with 50 bits asking what celebrities you would use to control the masses, as Satan is a great icebreaker question. Rising Phoenix with 100 bits. I love how much power the conspiracy theorists give Masons. My family were members of the Masons, and it was so very wrong. Like, none of this stuff is true. Yeah, it's like a club for dudes. It's whatever. Skunk Fam, thank you for following. Mickey Pike with 100 bits. This guy sounds like an AI trained on conspiracy theory. Almost makes sense. P.S. Sorry for the awkward comment earlier. Oh, it's fine. I don't even remember what it was. Logarth with 20 bits. Effing Zeus. Pluto was Hades. Logarth with 20 bits. Ignoring me. Sorry, Jupiter. That XY girl with 50 bits. The better Titan equivalent of Lucifer would be Thea, while the adversary might be Cous or Prometheus if you're stretching. Yeah, my facial hair is big for me, too. I've been getting electrolysis every week for the past 3 months or so. I have another appointment Friday. Oh my god, I cannot wait until all this hair is removed from my disgusting face. Antipodian Squid of 50 bits. You have a Sonic OC? That was a joke. I don't actually have one. I was just joking. Although I did play Sonic Forces, where I did make a Sonic OC, because that's a thing you have to do in that game, but it's not something I care about, no. I basically did, in case you're wondering, I played Sonic Forces, and I basically made the Professor, my D&D character, but as a Sonic OC. It's to this day probably one of the more embarrassing things I've ever done. Nix Int Gaming, thank you for following. Logarth with 20 bits. Man, that must have pissed off the Reganites so much. Wing the Ultimate Nug with 20 bits. All those newfangled technology is satanic. Why can't life be simple anymore? Logarth with 20 bits sounds like the truth you'd get from a guy in an RV down by the river. 0M80 says, oh no, my Fox persona is satanic. Canadian Left support with 20 bits. Should I start making videos like this? It seems like an easy way to scam money out of idiots. No, you definitely shouldn't, especially considering if you're doing it for a grift. YouTube's kind of closing the barn door on this one. It's getting hard to make money on that kind of stuff, which is good. Comrade Catpernicus says, not like this. Shadow Witch with 20 bits, can I donate? Because I have plenty to get you some double Ds. I'm pretty sure my GoFundMe actually ended. I reached my goal. It was over $10,000, which is great. I appreciate it. That'll go a long way towards the surgery. But I don't think it's accepting donations anymore, just because it reached, the time period under which it stops. If you wanted to, though, you could donate money to my Streamlabs, and I would use it towards that, but, that's up to you. Either way, just supporting this show, because this show is my job, helps me do it, because I just need to make a lot of money to pay for the surgery on top of what I already got from the GoFundMe, so. The Shadow Witch says, no, I meant fat tots. Okay. Are there fluids in the goggles I'm wearing? No, it's just like kaleidoscopy. And cat ears. I gotta get some cat ears for my Campaign 2 character, so. And no, before, I'm glad I'm doing the character I am for Campaign 2 of the D&D, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. But so many people are gonna think I want to be a cat girl because I'm playing a cat character and I'm gonna be wearing cat ears. And let me be clear, not a cat girl, okay? It's just the character I'm playing in the game. Someone asked about trans men and Masons, and there's a link. Freemasons accept transgender. The writing of that article is okay. Okay, so it is trans women, but like they joined when they were not out and they're not kicking them out. I guess that's good. Does it work in the reverse? Like, are they letting trans men in? I don't know. You're expecting nyas? No, that character will not nya. How much would it cost to get you to eat Jake's beans? The Dr. Pepper beans? I think I have a can of them because we got them in the mail. I'll tell you this. Jake got $1,000 for eating the Dr. Pepper beans. The standard has been set. I will not eat a can of cold Dr. Pepper beans without at least that much, okay? I have standards. They're not high standards, but they're standards nonetheless. Jake and I have collectively bargained together as streamers to say no Dr. Pepper beans for less than $1,000. Ashy Boo 74 20 bits. Are you a cat? Are you a girl? Sounds like a cat girl to me. I'm not a cat. I'm not a cat. I'll be playing a cat, but I'm not a cat. The Shadow Witch with 20 bits confirmed Hannah doesn't want to be extra titty blob. Logarth with 20 bits. Expelling Masons for transitioning was unlawful discrimination. The United Grand Lodge of England warned women who transition to become men should also be allowed to join its new gender reassignment policy states. Okay, that's good. The cat girls got contra points. You're next for assimilation. I'm good. I'm very happy for the cat people, but I'm not that. Okay, let's look at the bingo card. We got Gay Agenda, Word Salad, Anonymous 4chan, Any Other Chan, Satanic, Tracking Microchips, Freemasons, Illuminati, Spurious Symbology as Evidence, and Something is a False Flag Operation. Pretty sure that's what we got so far. Numerology? Yeah, you're right. You're right. Because of the 666 thing. Numerology. Where is it? Numerology used as evidence. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let me check my bingo card. Dang it. I just want to win bingo. Just once. What's next? Let's get into some of these Q and pseudo-Q people. So, the Capitol insurrection attempt, Capitol riots, whatever you want to call them, I would go with insurrection attempt, have birthed many more conspiracy theories from people who are either QAnon followers or Q adjacent. QAnon, of course, for those who don't know, sure, you can call it a terrorist attack too, that would also work. QAnon people are people who believe that an anonymous government entity known as Q, or individual within the government, named after the supposed Q-level clearance that they have, is claiming that the government is full of secret, democratic, satanic pedophiles that are abusing children to basically crack them open and harvest a chemical called adrenochrome from their brains, and that, like, all missing children are caused by these people. And that Donald Trump is secretly a really great moral person who was working to destroy the deep state to stop these secret satanic pedophiles. It's all gobbledygook nonsense, obviously. It's all completely ridiculous stuff, but people believe it nonetheless. And now that we're getting closer to Trump being taken out of office because he lost the election, many of them are stretching quite far to try and reconcile their beliefs with reality. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So I wanted to jump on here real quick. I was going to do a show a little bit later. Jay Campbell and I, of course, are doing a show this afternoon at 6. And we have, in the Optimized Tribe tomorrow, we have a very special guest Monday night. So you guys don't want to miss that, the Optimized Tribe. So you can think of all the guests that I've had that are like pretty high-speed guests. Think of the guy that talks about things that go on behind the scenes. He's going to be in the Optimized Tribe. So you guys want to sign up for that. You want to be in the Optimized Tribe on Monday night. All right. There's many different programs for you guys to get in and see that show. It's coming up. So what's going on right now? The Insurrection Act has been signed by President Trump. It's been confirmed by...
No, it hasn't. There's been absolutely no confirmation to any sort of effect similar to that. This is entirely based off posts on places like 4chan and the Donald.win and the Great Awakening.win, basically QAnon bullshit sources.
Many different people, military guys are going in, have been recalled. So a lot of people are reporting on this. So multiple different sources that I watch and listen to. And basically I've been hearing a lot of stuff from my contacts and so forth. So looks like it's done. It's on. So what is Insurrection Act? What does it mean? I'm not expert in it, but what I can tell you is basically what that does is it puts the control of the country in the military's hands. All right. And President Trump is the head of the military.
The military has already said earlier this year, prior to the election, they said that, that's not going to happen. They said it's not their job to interfere in elections, and they're not going to do so for shits and giggles, basically. So none of that's true. Donald Trump has not signed any sort of martial law thing. The military is not taking control of the country. None of that's true.
All right. So he's the commander-in-chief. So things had to move this way, guys. We know that. I think the reason why it happened this quickly was because they're going to try and impeach him or do Article 25 on him.
They're probably going to try and impeach him. I don't think it'll be successful, although it'd be pretty amazing if Donald Trump became the first president not only to be impeached twice, but the first president to actually be removed from office. That'd be beautiful. I don't think it'll happen, but it would be cool. And he would deserve it. Again, let me be clear. Donald Trump would deserve it for inciting riots and inciting an attempted insurrection on the United States government to try and keep him in power. He deserves it. If Donald Trump, and here's the thing, I don't think Donald Trump will get removed for this. Meaning, there's basically nothing you can do as the president to ever get removed. If you can attempt using stochastic terrorism to to get people to try and overthrow democracy, and you don't get removed from office, no one's getting removed from office.
Get him out of office because they know the hammer is about to fall on their heads. So he had to, like, up it really quick. You guys have been watching me on Facebook and so forth. I put out yesterday that get your supplies ready, get ready, it's coming, and here we are. So I said, I even had the intuition that about 2 days out, about 2 days ago, it was going to drop. So I guess it dropped last night around midnight. So probably Pence is gone. He basically showed his hand.
Pence is a bad dude, but he also ended up doing his constitutional duty, which is the bare minimum, by the way. I'm not giving him kudos for doing his job, but he did do his job. He came in, and he was the ceremonial head of counting the electoral votes and helping certify them, and he did his job. All these people think that's tantamount to treason because he didn't, try and foment some sort of insurrection against President Trump. But don't worry, Trump tried it anyway, and it failed. Good job, Trump. Trump is the only person, I think, who can both bankrupt a casino and also attempt and fail to do a coup of the United States government. It's an interesting combo. It's a lot of failure, that's all I'm saying.
We'll probably have Mike Flynn come in, and he will be the vice president. That's just my guess.
Fun fact, if you remove the vice president for some reason, and by the way, the president isn't really allowed to unilaterally fire the vice president, that's not how it works. I'm pretty sure they have to be impeached, similarly to the president, but even if Donald Trump somehow got Pence to resign or something, or he was arrested for some reason, Congress, Senate specifically, has to vote on who gets appointed as the new VP. You can't just unilaterally decide someone's the VP. It's not how it works.
Some other people were saying the same thing. I said it earlier. I know you guys want to see JFK Jr. come back in. He's going to come back in eventually.
I need to explain the JFK Jr. thing in case people don't know. So QAnon people, again, it's sort of like certain religions in that there's different sects that believe different things, but there are certain people in QAnon that believe that JFK Jr., who died in 1999 or something like that in a plane crash, they believe that he's actually been hiding out and had faked his own death in order to, I don't know, somehow help Donald Trump 20 years later win an election and then come back so he can be the president or something. I don't know. It's a whole thing. Either way, it's not true. JFK Jr. died in a plane crash in 1999. It's not a conspiracy. He's just dead.
The situation has to be under control because they would definitely go after him heavy if he shows back up again. You guys know that. So that's what we're going to start to do. So we'll start to see some of those people that have been doing bad stuff, that have already been arrested. We're going to start to see, I believe, an emergency broadcast, because I think we're going to see that coming very soon. The emergency broadcast will start out. They'll start out just a few, and then they'll get hot and heavy, and then there'll be more and more revealed in those emergency broadcasts. And the reason why it has to be an emergency broadcast is because basically the press is completely corrupted. Social media has shut down President Trump. They're not reporting anything on President Trump right now.
They're definitely reporting on President Trump, but they're probably not just repeating things he says because he's a known liar who also, again, riled his supporters up to insurrection and they don't want to give him platforms right now to try and stir up more shit. That would be why. It's also why his Twitter got removed, because he was inciting violence there too by spreading baseless conspiracy theories about the election.
Even though supposedly he has just a little over a week away, they're moving rapidly to take him out. Nancy Pelosi saying that she's talking to military hierarchy to make sure he doesn't use the codes or whatever. So it had to happen quick, guys. It had to come down because these guys are, pulling out all the stops, obviously.
That's in reference to Nancy Pelosi apparently speaking with the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the various branches of the military and basically saying, hey, if Trump tries to launch a nuke, please stop him, which is not a thought you'd ever want to have. Oh, no, we have to stop the president from launching a nuke. I just wish it was the 20th already.
That a lot of stuff has been revealed. When they had their Antifa goons go in, and I have many different sources that are confirming Antifa did do that raid and were allowed in.
Again, he's falsely claiming that the terrorist attack, insurrection, coup, attempt, riot, whatever, at the Capitol building, he's claiming that it was Antifa and not Trump supporters. Again, myself and a lot of people here, because we did a 6-hour stream while that was happening, watched live as they did it. We could hear all the conversations everyone was having. They were Trump supporters. Since then, they've been arrested, many of them, and have been identified as Trump supporters. The guy with the buffalo headdress was discovered to be a QAnon follower. These are Trump supporters doing things in the name of Donald Trump. Own your own shit, guys. Stop coming up with conspiracy theories because you don't like that you got caught trying to overthrow the U.S. government, you absolute losers.
By people that were paid off, allowed into the Capitol building. When they made that raid, there were some other people that were in that group. So we know, we've been saying that Antifa has...
Why does he say Antifa so weird? Antifa.
Been infiltrated, right, by military groups. And they were with that group, and they seized a lot of laptops. And those laptops basically had lots of information on them. Nancy Pelosi's laptop and so forth. So
again, there was some reporting early on that it was Nancy Pelosi's laptop that got stolen, but I'm pretty sure it was a staffer's laptop, not hers. So even his information here, I think, is incomplete.
Learned about, basically the Chinese. Basically, we know the Democrats have basically sold out to the Chinese a long time ago. So that's been revealed. Social media sold out to the Chinese, so forth. So all of this stuff is popping. It's going to pop fast, guys.
That doesn't even make sense. Why would social media sell out to China? It's not like Twitter exists in China or that Facebook exists in China. They have no reason or financial incentive to work with a foreign government that won't allow them into their country.
It's going to come at you very hard and heavy. We've been talking about, they've been preparing for you guys for this, and here it is. So hopefully you get lots of good popcorn, and you want to get, the seasoning you put on the popcorn, maybe some spicy seasoning, maybe some sweet, because this is a sweet revenge that we're going to have, some sweet seasoning as you're watching and listening, because everybody's going to be riveted, I believe, to the emergency broadcast system, because they've been testing it, getting ready, because they knew this was going to happen. So the Vatican went dark for like 8 hours. The Pope, I've been hearing, has been arrested.
What? He thinks the Pope has been arrested? The U.S. government doesn't have authority to arrest the Pope, right? The Pope lives in the Vatican, which is a sovereign nation. You can't go into the Vatican and arrest the Pope. What are you talking about?
For pedophilia and so forth. We saw Pakistan go dark. Pakistan was going to be the place where they're going to do dirty deals, sell General Electric. General Electric was going to be sold to the Chinese with all of their military technology. This is something Democrats have been doing for a long time, selling out America to the Chinese for money, right? So,
whereas Republicans definitely didn't enjoy free markets and enjoy outsourcing labor to China and other countries to make capitalists happy. Not at all.
So a lot of people are going to be taken down also in Germany. The lights went out in Germany. Italy, looks like the Italian government might be completely taken down. So we're seeing a lot of stuff going on. That's going, like I said, it's going to happen.
He thinks the entire government of Italy has been taken down and somehow that news hasn't broken. Cool.
And heavy. All right. So that's all I'm going to put out right now. I'll probably come back a little while later. So I drove like crazy across country from Washington, D.C. I knew this was going to go down. I could feel it. I knew I needed to get back. So I drove almost 2 days nonstop to get here in my home and right across country. So 3,000 miles, over 3,000 miles in a couple days, because I'm like Navy SEAL Hell Week crazy like that, because I can go into cyborg mode. So that's what I did. And so here I am back here, pretty much rested up. It seems like I've only need like a few hours of sleep because I haven't been working out. So now I'm going to go hit the gym, work off some good energy, come back here, give you guys some more information because I do a little research while I'm in the gym, and then come back here. I've already put some stuff together, and basically get you guys seeing a lot of the stuff that I'm seeing, and put it together for you. All right. Lots of love out there, guys. Stay in love vibration, quantum level consciousness. This dark energy is collapsing. You don't want to be rooted or connected to any of that stuff. Now,
we already had word salad, right? Yeah, we already had that. Just checking.
I'll bring up a lot of stuff later to try and get you guys up to speed on what's going on with this quantum shift of consciousness. So it's beautiful. It's something we're waiting for.
We got to keep an eye on this guy to see what he does as, the 20th gets closer and finally passes and none of this crazy shit happens. What's he going to do? Is he going to be like, oh, I was wrong. Whoopsie. I doubt it. He's clearly going to just be like, no, I was right for reasons. That'll be interesting. So we'll keep an eye on this guy. Let's see what other QAnon type stuff people have been saying.
Anyway, so I plan on me being here tonight, but I wanted to tell you one of the things that came out today was that if you've seen Simon Park's video, hopefully most of you have gone to his channel. That's Simon, S-I-M-O-N, last name Parks, P-A-R-K-E-S. Simon Parks on YouTube. They had an interesting show today. It didn't quite ring with my spirit that this was going to happen today, but I could be wrong. They were saying, and I'm a little confused with the video, they were saying either YouTube and the other social medias were all going to go down today, or mainstream media was going to go down today.
This is a part of this is a part of some QAnon stuff too. They believe that there's going to be 10 days of darkness. This is something that had been brought up throughout the tenure of QAnon up until today. It really ramped up in the last, couple weeks, though, and they're running out of time for this 10 days of darkness for things to start get going and for Trump to start to do stuff. We don't even have 10 days anymore. A lot of them thought it was going to start on the 10th. Between the 10th and the 20th would be the 10 days of darkness. But, of course, that hasn't happened, and some of them are very concerned why things aren't happening. But, yeah, that's in relation to this. They think everything's going to go dark. They think news media is going to get shut off. They think online's going to get shut off. None of that has happened, and it's not going to happen.
And that doesn't quite, again, I depend a lot on what I feel in my spirit nowadays. It didn't quite ring.
Speaking of which, QAnon claimed as a source on the... oh, wait, did we already do QAnon claimed as a source? Let me look. QAnon claimed as a source. He's not directly saying it, but that's QAnon. So.
Right with me. I think Simon was right. He heard it was probably going to happen Wednesday, and I think that's probably right. So I do expect to be able to broadcast to you tonight at 7 o'clock Mountain. But if not, get on GitHub.
Is this just Christine's dimensional merge? I would be... If I saw two competing news stories come on the air at the same time, and one of them was, QAnon was right, and Donald Trump is taking down a cabal of secret pedophiles, and the other one was, the dimensional merge is happening. Christine Weston Chandler was right all along. I would more easily believe that Christine Weston Chandler was right and the dimensional merge is upon us than I would that QAnon's real. I'm not even exaggerating. Because at least Christine put, like, time and work into her imaginary bullshit. QAnon's just lazy. I don't know.
M spelled correctly on there, Mr. Thrive and Survive all together, just like my channel is here on YouTube.
Frizerburn says, bingo. Let's take a look. Gay agenda, word salad, Illuminati, QAnon, spurious symbology. You got it. Congrats. Frizerburn. Oopsie. That's not what I wanted to do. I need to gift you a sub. You already have a sub. Okay, let me write your name down on the bingo thing. Take my gloves off for this. She didn't. It was fed to her by a pair of trolls. Well, she's running with it, so. But that's you know, that's Christine Weston Chandler lore that we don't really talk about on this channel, so.
That's right, capitalistic propaganda.
Congrats, Frizerburn. Good job. So that's our bingo winner for the day. We can keep playing for fun, but that's the free subscription winner. Just gotta get my gloves back on and we'll continue.
It is all spelled correctly. It's a picture of me. I don't have the icon of the tree, the green tree yet, but it's just a picture of me, and so you'll be able to see it's me on GitHub. So app.github.com, and that's GETHUB. And so
Daddy
expect
Sume
me tonight
asks if he's on the list.
the usual time, assuming everything is still going on. And
you're not on my
so
list.
I just wanted to pass that along again.
I don't know if you won Chud
they
Bingo at
must know
some
that
point,
GitHub is
and
going
the
to be
other
one of the ones
person
not
should be
taken
keeping
down.
track
That's
of
why
that.
they're going there. So that's why I'm saying go there. I hate being on any of them, but just
New York Times and CNN are reporting that there may be 67 senators in favor of impeachment. Ooh. That would be good.
going to, having to go from Twitter to Parler to wherever, now GitHub. That's just the way it is, and for those who think, oh, there's nothing going on.
Who's in charge of Chud Bingo? Is it normally Mitchell? Maybe Mitchell Drummer is usually in charge, I think, of Chud Bingo.
It's happening, and to me, the biggest proof that something is still going on is, again, follow Mike Pompeo, which is, I think it's under Secretary Pompeo, Mike Pompeo or something like that, on Twitter. He is still posting every 30 minutes, right on the dot, 30 minutes apart. He missed one today, but he was live. I watched to see if he was going to tweet while he was live, because he couldn't tweet because he was talking to, he had an interview today, and he missed that tweet. And so I was thinking somebody else was actually controlling his Twitter account anyway to make sure that 30 minutes was happening. But it might actually be him. But he's posting just innocuous, bland stuff usually every 30 minutes. So the countdown is still going. To me, we're not close enough yet for the big takedown and the emergency alert system being activated. That's when we're going to see his, probably tweeting every 5 minutes something. So get on GitHub if you want to follow what's going on. Evidently,
what is GitHub? I don't even know what GitHub is. Someone want to explain GitHub to me?
We'll still be able to communicate there because that's where Trump is going to be talking from as of tomorrow morning.
This was 23 hours ago, and as far as I know, Donald Trump hasn't gotten any on something called GitHub. Oh, it's for sharing code? Why does he think Donald Trump is using GitHub as a social media platform?
And that's about it. That's all I wanted to do. I'm going to no results for GitHub. I don't know if I could do this while I'm talking to you guys, but You can find it, trust me. I just searched for GitHub, and it took me to app.github. I think it was app.github.com. And heard the military wanted a deal to carry out the Insurrection Act. Is it Cloud Hub? Wait a minute.
Clout Hub, so he was misspeaking. What's Clout Hub? Let me take a look. I gotta get some sparkly fingerless gloves so I can type with them on. Clout Hub. So, social networking. Oh, that's a very inviting page. It's not. Okay, download Clout Hub today. Available for desktop, Apple, Android devices. Clout Hub is a next-generation social network for social, civic, and political networking. We empower our members to connect, collaborate, and influence the issues they care about. We're on a mission to help change the world by giving everyone a platform to have their voice heard where everyone can make a difference. Okay, so they're trying to be like a social media network that's like free speech. You can come and organize riots on our platform. Bad looking website. Not very inviting for that sort of thing, but I'm sure a bunch of right-wing people will use it.
Good question. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can do that while I'm talking to you. I can't. Anyway, I'll have clarification by the time I come on tonight. You'll know what it is exactly for sure. In fact, I'll have the link for everybody. And armed protesters are coming. If nothing happens, if they don't think anything's happening, it'll happen. Yeah, maybe it is Clout Hub. I can't remember. But, so just wanted to give you that update in case something does happen. I don't think it's going to happen today where they take everything down, but you never know. It will come. I just don't see it today. But the military doesn't. The military isn't totally involved. It's just the special forces. Go back and look at how everything was reorganized from the election onward. It's the special forces reporting directly to Christopher Miller, and there's no. The CIA doesn't know what's going on in the FBI. Any of the other 9 or 8 or whatever, 15, 30,000 we don't know about. Intelligence agencies, they were all cut out of the loop. Now we know why. It's Cloud Hub. Thank you, Flaming Star, I think is what it says. But if I'm on the wrong one, I'll go and get on Cloud Hub. Whatever it is, I got there, and it's I'm in there. Can anybody get in and see if they can see me there on Cloud Hub? Maybe it is Cloud Hub. But things have been going so fast and furious today that I don't even know what I signed up on. There's both Cloud Hub and GitHub. Interesting. I will verify the one that is going to be on there for that Trump is going to start tweeting as of tomorrow morning. I heard 9 a.m. impeachment starts, but Trump will get them all. Pazzo Man, good to see you. Lunderground, good to see you. Yeah, I did say GitHub, Lunderground, and that's maybe it is Cloud Hub. So I'll have to fix everything, but tonight you'll know. So look for 7 o'clock.
Boomer vibes.
Give me a little time, a little leeway tonight. I need to prepare some stuff, mostly for my dog, to make sure we don't run out of stuff, because I think we are running out of time, and we may end up with, not that there's insurrection in our neighborhood or anything like that, but there may be areas that are shut down temporarily, and or you're just not going to want to go out while this is going down. Hello, UK. Tony, I think I'm reading that. Okay, everything's a big blur, guys. Sorry.
Isn't it wild that these people are LARPing so hard that they've completely bought into their own bullshit? Like, it's not just about them believing a lie. It's them believing a lie so thoroughly that they feel that they need to actually prepare emergency rations because they think Donald Trump is going to take command of the military unilaterally and overthrow the U.S. government. And this guy is talking about it in a monotone fashion on YouTube, sitting in his car, and he's just like, yeah, now we're gonna go get supplies because there's gonna be an overthrow of the U.S. government. Like, what? Like, it's not true, but if any of this was true, this wouldn't be the attitude you should affect. Like, you should not have this blasé whatever attitude about democracy being overthrown in a military coup.
He might be on Gab, I don't know, but this came from Dan Scavino, and he said as of tomorrow morning, whatever it is, Cloud Hub or GitHub, that's where Trump is going to be, and that tells me that isn't going to be taken down. Gab is super slow. Yeah, everybody's jumping over there now. Gab, they were the smart ones. They're the ones that didn't go on Amazon server, whatever. They built their own infrastructure, which is fantastic. That's great. Anyway, this is going to wake everybody up too, not to depend on people like Amazon or whatever for your server. And it's going to start brand new industries where people are going to say, hey, this is all independent. And maybe even they'll have these little kits. You want your own server? Here it is. And you're not dependent on anybody. Of course,
the server maintenance necessary to... The server maintenance and the size of server that would be necessary to run something like a Twitter alternative where you're having millions and millions of users, many hundreds of thousands of concurrent users. It's probably not the most economically viable solution to buy your own servers and have them hosted in your own building. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like a solution that would be very good for most startups.
Anybody can take down, if you're high enough up, you can take down anything, I would think. Trump is already on Gab. Okay, cool. But keep looking at Pompeo. It's like @SecPompeo on Twitter. He's still at the 30-minute deltas in between his tweets, which tells me, I think the first time he did it was the kickoff to the operation. It was 30 minutes and 15 and then 5. And then I think that's when the Insurrection Act was signed to kick everything off. This time I think is when we get into phase 2, and whatever that is, that's when you go beyond command and control, where you really take over command and control. And I think that's what he's counting down to now, but he's still remaining 30 minutes exactly in between tweets. 33 thumbs up. I wonder when I see the thumbs up. Now it's 35, 37. Awesome. You guys are good.
Ugh, I can't stand boomers doing camera stuff.
3, that type of thing. That's just the way it is.
Okay, we get car guy. We get car guy's thing. Let's move on to the next guy. We're still doing, like, QAnon-related stuff. Let's see. What's this guy think? We've covered this guy a couple times before. He believes QAnon stuff. He thinks Tom Hanks is a secret pedophile. He's an anti-vaxxer, all sorts of stuff.
Man, what's going on, everybody? It is I am We for the 713. We're back with another episode. And today we're going to talk about something y'all been wanting me to talk about, all right? I mean, we're just going to jump right into it, guys. Y'all been messaging me saying, Mo, how come you haven't talked about the whole Capitol thing? What's going on in the Capitol? I mean, obviously, chaos has ensued.
Oh, God. Daddy Sume says, Hannah, if you want to scream, look at why Belle Delphine is trending on Twitter. She's done something really effed up. All right. We'll take a quick break to look at what the heck Belle Delphine has done. Oh, God. What has that... She's the bathwater girl, right? She did the gamer bathwater or whatever. You guys can't see the screen, right? No, okay. I'm not gonna show you guys, okay? Belle Delphine. Oh no. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, God. Yeah, I think it would be TOS of me just to describe what it is, so... Yeah, no, Oh, God! Oh, no, there's pictures! Oh, fuck. What the... Oh, Belle, no! Nope. 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 I'm not gonna kink shame anyone in the privacy of their own home, and I'm in favor of people doing sex work if that's something they want to do, but that's too far. That's gonna be a yikes from me, dog. Oof. Back to the conspiracies.
And, people have barged into the Capitol. I believe some lady, there was a video circling around where a lady got shot in the face or in the neck or something like that. And there's a lot of sketchy videos going on, man. It's just, I sit back and just look at all the BS that's going on and unfolding, reflecting on everything that's been going on from 2020 and now 2021. People thought it was going to be a better year, but obviously it's just, the BS is continuing, man. It's just history repeating itself over again. And I'm going to give you my thoughts, all right? That's all I can do. I'm going to give you my opinion of everything that's going on. Obviously, President Trump right now, if you haven't seen the recent news, he was banned from Twitter, banned from Facebook. And now I think this app, the app Parler, Google has suspended or deleted it from the Play Store. It's just kind of like a different type of Twitter, if y'all don't know. Now, I'm going to give you my opinion of everything, all right? Obviously, what's going on right here, the media, is just a big psyop, man. I mean, the CIA is obviously involved with everything. I mean, they're playing something above chess. I mean, we're trying to look for chess pieces. They're playing a holy ball game because...
No, it's not. And hey, I don't like the CIA either. I don't like the FBI. I recognize that these organizations have done real sketch stuff. I recognize that, okay? What we are seeing right now has nothing to do with these alphabet agencies, okay? It has nothing to do with the three-letter agencies. This has to do with the President of the United States inciting violence in his hardcore base because he doesn't like that he lost an election, so he promoted unfounded conspiracy theories for months, making them believe that democracy in the United States had been subverted by Democrats, thus causing them, in fact, to go and attempt to subvert democracy by attacking the Capitol building in the stupidest terrorist attack I've ever seen. I don't know what even to say to people like this, who are so out of touch with reality that they get to this level of delusion. I don't know. I really don't.
They've been planning this shit for over 30 years.
They will stop at nothing to complete their toolkit of control, right? So one of the things that has been missing from the toolkit of total control has been quarantines and curfews, right? Mm-hmm. So now, welcome to the new world in America, where to get on a bus, to go through a subway station, if you think that the procedures at the TSA are onerous, right? Guess this is coming to a bus depot near you. It's a more invasive way, and the ruling class needs this because, let me say, if the ruling class ever saw wide-scale civil unrest, you'd see an Ebola outbreak in America right away.
Okay, so this is, what you see is that Ebola is...
another tool in the toolbox of the ruling class to control. Yeah,
to keep down
absolutely,
repression.
positively, 100%. This is a tool.
Right.
Ebola doesn't just magically start spreading. Mm-hmm. And then we have this doctors that come back here. The white people, of course, live. Mm-hmm. The two whites who got it or survived. All the black people that get it die.
The reason minority populations tend to be harder hit by things like disease, coronavirus, we see the same thing with coronavirus, is because their access to healthcare statistically tends to be worse because of the disparity between incomes of white people and black people in the United States, because we're still dealing with the fallout of slavery and Jim Crow and pre-civil rights era stuff and all that sort of bullshit, right? It's not It's not a conspiracy in the way that these people think conspiracies work. It's systematic racism, but it's not a conspiracy in the sense that there's a bunch of people darkly lit in a room going, ha ha ha, how do we, destroy, black people? It's not how it works. It's more nefarious than that, in that it's a bunch of people working independently towards systems that disenfranchise certain individuals.
Possible that these one of these NGOs over there is going around with a veil of Ebola or spreading it from a small plane onto villages. The point is to get hundreds of thousands of people infected with it and create the next phase of control. Now, one of the things I'd like to show to back up my my claims here. Here's a document from the Rockefeller Foundation. Rockefeller Foundation right there. You can zoom in on that.
Baked Alaska's on the FBI's most wanted list. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
My finger is. It's called Scenarios for the Future International Development, the Rockefeller Foundation. All right? Okay, let's take a look at what they're saying here. This is something like a 50, 60-page document. I'd like you to go to page 18, if you can look at this up on the internet, but I'll read it off to you. It's called lockstep, lockstep. And this is a phrase that I used right after 2001 when I saw the entire system of the United States, including the population, were in lockstep. So the Congress went along, and yes, it was Osama bin Laden, and the people waved their flag and said, I hate, 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 and everything was in lockstep. Well, in 2010, they published this, Rockefeller Foundation, and here's what they're saying. They're saying that they call it a scenario. These are scenario narratives, and they speak about it in the past tense. So they put out this scenario, lockstep. A world of tighter, top-down government control and more authoritarian leadership with limited innovation and growing citizen pushback. Okay?
I assume it's what they do. I assume this organization tries to go through hypotheticals to see how they would respond to said situations. I imagine there's probably hundreds of these, and he happened to pick out this one as like, well, look at this one. The idea of lockdowns and quarantines is not a new one. We've had them in the past due to previous pandemics and stuff. So the idea that someone would notice this and recognize that in certain situations, that could be something that's necessary for public health, that's not crazy.
I'll read a little bit of it. In 2012, the pandemic that the world had been anticipating for years, nobody was anticipating a pandemic.
What? What are you talking about? The world is always anticipating pandemics. Like, we knew that at some point, and even after the coronavirus is done, after we deal with this by producing enough of the vaccine and giving it to other people, that doesn't mean it's the end of disease. We will always assume that there'll be another pandemic someday, whether it's next year or 5 years or 10 years or 100 years from now. At some point, there'll be some other virulent disease that's out there, and it's destructive to communities and people, and it'll become a public health risk, and they'll have to go through stuff again. It wouldn't surprise me if in the 2100s there's some other sort of disease. I don't know if it'll be a virus or a bacteria, who knows, whatever it's gonna be, and they'll still be anti-masker idiots doing the same shit over and over again, because humanity is stupid and we never learn our lessons.
Finally hit. Unlike 2009's H1N1, this new influenza strain originating from wild geese, they use some scenario, but this is Ebola they're talking about.
Ahead.
Even the most pandemic...
He says that so weird.
Prepared nations were quickly overwhelmed when the virus streaked around the world, infecting nearly 20% of the global population and killing 8 million in just 7 months, the majority of them healthy young adults. The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economies. You can see the agenda, just naked, raw, naked control agenda.
What? It's them just talking about the impact of a disease outbreak. And they were right. The same thing happened with coronavirus. There was health risks, killed a lot of people, and it leads to economic downturn. That's not nefarious. It's an accurate description of what happens when global pandemics get out of hand.
Written down, and it's anybody's guess how this becomes effectuated in real life. So whether this is written specifically as marching orders or whether people take it upon themselves in the intelligence networks to say, okay, well, this has been produced, so this is the plan here. But these narratives have to be written in advance because the intelligence agencies don't know how to do these narratives. They need help. So these think tanks, they come up with these like Rand Corporation, Rockefeller Foundation. These are think tanks of death. They're not the think tanks, they're not there to find...
It sounds like they're think tanks trying to come up with scenarios of potential situations that the world might face and trying to come up with, okay, how is this probably going to go down? Which isn't an unreasonable thing to do. In a complicated global society, you should be able to look at hypothetical scenarios, whether it's terrorist attacks growing to be more common, the rise of authoritarianism, disease, economic downturn. You should have plans in place, or at least be able to predict what is going to happen so you can effectively combat these situations. It's not nefarious, it's being responsible and recognizing that human beings should be able to try and see what's coming up ahead of them on the road before they get right up to it and crash. That's reasonable.
Great ways to help people. Right. Okay.
I gotta take these goggles off. They're giving me a headache. Whew, that probably screwed up my hair real bad. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's terrible. Ugh. We try, you know.
The pandemic also had a deadly effect on economics. International mobility of both people and goods screeched to a halt, right? Which is what they want. They want a completely isolated world, right?
It's not them wanting it, it's them predicting what would happen. And again, I need to point this out. They were right! This is exactly describing how coronavirus is played out. They accurately predicted what would happen in the event of some sort of pandemic. And you're like, oh, it's nefarious, they meant it to happen. No, it's their job to come up with, if this happens, what will happen and what will the impact be. And they accurately did so. It's not them saying, we want to do this, it's them saying, if this happens, here's what the results will be.
Debilitating industries like tourism and breaking global supply chains. Well, of course they want tourism stopped because they're not in the tourism business, and they want you at home in your house in front of the TV. Then they got you, because once you watch the TV, they own your soul. Even locally.
Wait a second, we're on television.
I mean commercial television, let's say. National. No. Even locally, normally bustling shops and offices sat empty for months. Okay, so I love how they talk about it in the past tense in 2010. Right? The pandemic blanketed the planet, though disproportionate numbers in Africa died. Southeast Asia and Central America, where the virus spread like wildfire.
It sounds like the opening monologue of a disaster movie, right?
Exactly. Now listen to, here's the good stuff now. But even in developed countries, containment was a challenge. Now here's this one. I love this one. The United States' initial policy of strongly discouraging, in quotation marks, strongly discouraging citizens from flying proved deadly in its leniency. So they're saying, that...
No, keep going.
Okay,
read it.
Proved deadly in its leniency.
Again, they were spot on about that. The United States has been incredibly lax on any sort of enforcement of its policies. They've let people fly all over the country, and it's led to disaster. What are we at now? U.S. COVID deaths. Always checking this. We're at almost 400,000 deaths just in the United States. 379,000. Numbers are still going up daily. Great stuff.
So they should have been tougher, right? Accelerating the spread of the virus, not just within the United States, but across borders. However, a few countries did fare better. China in particular. The Chinese government's quick imposition and enforcement of mandatory quarantine for all citizens, as well as its instant and near hermetic sealing off of all borders, saved millions of lives.
And again, even though I don't necessarily believe numbers that come out of China because of the Chinese government's propensity for authoritarian nonsense and just lying in general, sure. But yeah, I also think the Chinese government was probably more effective in controlling the virus after it started spinning out of control and they actually started affecting limits. Because even though it's bad, and I'm saying authoritarianism is bad, it is effective in trying to get the stop of the spread of things like this. Because if the Chinese government, and if you're a Chinese citizen and they say to you, you've been exposed, you stay in your house for the next 2 weeks, you're gonna do it, and you're not gonna be a dumbass who's like, I'm gonna go to the store and not wear a mask because I got freedom. Because if you do that, you'll be killed by the government. Again, I'm not saying that's good. I think there's probably a nice middle ground where people get, like, I don't know, some fines that mean something to them rather than murdering them. But, like, yeah, authoritarianism does end up, like, stopping stuff like this effectively. Now, whether or not you think that that authoritarian measure is a appropriate response to what's happening, that's a different question. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the efficacy of said policy, and I think you'd have to be pretty crazy to assume that that wouldn't work. It would just be morally reprehensible, but it's effective.
Stopping the spread of virus far earlier than in other countries. So the message is here is we have to look towards the Chinese, the oppressive totalitarian. Chinese regime as an example of what we need to be doing here. And of course, the ruling class here loves the Chinese regime because they have demonstrated to the ruling class the most efficient form of capitalism, which is authoritarian capitalism. So we have capitalism, but unfortunately we have this veil.
I get it.
We have this veil of democracy.
This is very interesting. This is continue on.
Okay. China's government was not the only one that took extreme measures to protect its citizens from risk and exposure. During the pandemic, national leaders around the world flexed their muscles, flexed their authority, and imposed airtight rules and restrictions. You can see the agenda.
Go.
Okay. From the mandatory wearing of face masks.
It's not an agenda. They're describing effective methods of mitigating transmission.
To body temperature checks at the entries to communal spaces like
that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, but soon it's going to be like body.
It'll be at the subway.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying? We'll be going through this in the subway to get on the buses and the subway,
absolutely,
things
positively.
like that.
And what this means though is don't think about having a cigarette, a joint on you, or I mean, basically you can't. This is a dragnet for everything. So if in order for you
in other words, just like with stop and frisk, this is the ultimate stop and frisk.
This is the ultimate cavity stop and frisk, cavity search kind of thing. All right, so during the pandemic, national leaders around the world flex their authority. Now there's some good stuff. Listen to this. And even supermarkets, they want body checks at supermarkets, okay? So basically...
Good? Don't go to a supermarket sick while there's a global pandemic? Am I supposed to be like, oh no, they're gonna check my temperature? Okay? If you're sick, don't go in.
What they're saying is they're building a system where every move you make, you got to go through them.
You can't get food. Well, how about if you go to the farmer's market?
Right. Here's the good stuff now.
How about you order your food online? I get delivery groceries now. It's fine. There's a pandemic.
I mean, it just keeps getting better. Even after the pandemic faded, this more authoritarian control and oversight of citizens and their activities stuck and even intensified. That's the whole point. So they're going to get rid of...
Didn't that happen already with 9/11?
Of course.
9/11 was how many, 14 years ago, and we still have all these draconian rules.
So they're going to put the body cavity
USA,
searches
Patriot,
in.
and all
That's right. So in order to get to a supermarket, you got to have a body cavity search, and then when there's no more Ebola, well, you know what? We kind of like this way because we have an complete infrastructure of...
Did he just say that he thinks that it'll start with temperature checks and it'll end with them checking your butt before you can go into a supermarket? Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to skip back to the guy who's going to comment on this.
All right, this is all part of Divide and Conquer, guys. I'm seeing the same BS that the media is pushing forward to make the opposition really pissed off. All right, so let me go back to the BLM movement which is really run by George Soros. If y'all don't know, it's funded by him.
which is also a psyop operation. And there's a lot of people that are there willingly and want to do peaceful protests, but guess what? It gets out of control because in the front lines they send CIA operatives. And
how much maybe I'm a little past when I should be asking this, but like, how much are they gonna pay the person at the supermarket who's got to check our butts? Is that a minimum wage job, or does the butt checker get paid a bonus for checking butts all day? Because I've been at the supermarket, and there's there are a lot of people that I see at the supermarket that I would not want to look into their butts. Most of them, honestly, I don't want to look in like anyone's butt. So, I don't know. Just saying.
Tifa members, I mean, this is a tactic that the CIA and PSYOP operation have been using since forever because they don't want no peaceful protest. I mean, it doesn't bring the agenda that the government wants to push. So they use this.
Next thing you know, the butt checkers not gonna, change their gloves between every check, and all of a sudden we got a syphilis pandemic. I'm just saying. Watch the butt checkers. Who checks the butt checker's butt? Something to think about, okay?
To create
someone else made the joke as soon as I said that. Logarth said it. That always happens.
Movement and distract people from certain situations.
Undercover forces are sent into situations to stir up crowds, instigate violence, raise tensions, and justify the next move on the chessboard, whether that be the toppling of the government or the delegitimization of peaceful protest. And time again, with controlled media organizations on hand to document the events in a biased and uncritical manner, these engineered crises have helped these operatives accomplish their mission.
What were they covering up through the whole situation with, the whole Ghislaine Maxwell situation, the whole Epstein situation? A lot of things were being covered up. I mean, they completely forgot about the COVID-19 during the BLM movement and, these riots. And obviously they were trying to cover up the Jeffrey Epstein shit that was going on, this big pedo ring that was being exposed. So just like the CIA created BLM movement, they created
The CIA created the BLM movement? Seems like a weird thing for them to create a movement that they then infiltrate and try and tear apart because they don't like it. Seems a little hypocritical, but okay.
So they could group people into these categories. So they could just have a narrative into shutting everybody's ideals down. So if people wanted to say some truth, they could call it conspiracy theories. They could call it this and that. This is where all the fact checkers came in. And
if fact checkers become your enemy, then recognize that facts are somehow a threat to you. And if facts become a threat to you, then you're probably spreading lies and conspiracy theories. Rethink your positions in that case.
Shit, it just happens.
That's right.
By putting you in this category, they're going to put you as a danger to national security. They're going to say that you're inciting riots. So basically, what I'm trying to say, while everybody's fighting each other, these governments are creating new laws to fucking silence us. And
hold on. Right now, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, who has bragged about her desire to carry a weapon on Capitol Hill, is currently in a standoff with Capitol Police at the newly installed metal detectors outside the chamber doors. Boebert walked through with her bag, which set off the mags. She refused to offer the bag over to be searched and is now in a standoff with Capitol Police. Capitol Police won't let her in until Boebert shows them what's in her bag. She won't and is now standing by the entrance of the chamber. She's respectful but defiant. Boebert has now been let into the chamber. It was unclear from my vantage point if Capitol Police searched her bag before she went in. They better have searched her bag. Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
Oppress us even more. This is not something new, man. I'm just telling y'all, this has been happening. So what I seen in the Capitol, man, is just the same thing. It's just the roles reversed. Now everybody's basically being led in.
Yeah, the cops are very fucking sus here. But it's not because it's a psyop, it's because a lot of cops are secretly white supremacists and Trump supporters.
These people, obviously they're mostly Caucasian. Why are they being let in? If we were being shot up, if it was the other way around, it would have been different. I mean, that's the big controversy in the media, so they can just keep dividing. Everything is about dividing people, man. Everything. There is no real investigative journalism anymore in this country. Everything is about fact checkers. If you want to have freedom of speech now, everything you're going to be shut down.
People keep fact checking me, and that means I'm being silenced. Oh, you actually have a YouTube channel, and we're watching it right now. Yeah, but people aren't letting me get away with lying, so this is silencing me. Stop lying.
This is a big problem, guys. Even if you hate Donald Trump, you hate anybody that wants to speak your mind. I mean, you have the right to freedom of speech. I mean, this is one of the fundamentals of this country is freedom of speech. But now, you know, we are going to be oppressed big time, guys. We are in the midst of being oppressed big time, guys.
We're getting banned from Twitter for espousing Nazi ideology and trying to overthrow the government. It's literally fascism to try and stop our fascist takeover of the government.
Because you're fighting each other, whether you're in the left or right, you're fighting each other, and it's not going to work, man, unless we come together, and it's not going to happen. We're being gaslighted into fucking hating each other, man. And if we just keep going on fighting each other, you know, as American people, and honestly, guys, I don't know where this is going to end, because people are still going to keep fighting each other, going against each other. I mean, it's basically human nature, but they're using this against us into them basically taking most of our rights away without us even questioning nothing.
Which rights? Is it your right to not be fact checked? Because that's not a right. Is it your right to have a Twitter? That's not a right. What rights do you think have been taken away from you?
So blind to see that this new world order is actually happening, and you think it's just a conspiracy theory. You're out of your damn mind. You're out of your damn mind. We're just scratching the surface with all this BS that they're showing us in the media. So when y'all ask me what would I think about the stuff that's going on in the media, it's just propaganda, guys. Propaganda. They've been using this. It's the same thing. They try to brainwash us, and obviously we try to ignore it, but it happens. I mean, and we can't convince everybody. We have family members that they probably think you're a nut, but they're just conditioned. We've been conditioned to think a certain way. Unless we unwind ourselves, step out of this matrix, and realize that we are in some sort of, you know, mental slavery state, and just escape what we've been programmed to believe this whole time, and we just gotta fucking think for ourselves for once, basically. But
we gotta think for ourselves. So don't listen to fact checkers or the news guys. Just come to my YouTube channel and I'll tell you all about the deep state CIA conspiracies. Hooray! Think for yourself though, as long as it agrees with what I have to say on my YouTube channel.
You know, it's all about right now about politics. You know, that's why I hate politics, guys, because politics is just BS.
I hate politics. Now here's my 20-minute video on how the New World Order is going to take away your rights with fact checkers.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what president is going to be in the office. They don't run shit. It's just disturbing to me that it's come to this point and people haven't been woken yet. But hopefully 2021, more people will be awakened. But, you know, it's going to get a lot harder to try to share information now and try to awaken people, because big tech companies are going to try to silence freedom of speech. All the robots, including...
Freedom of speech doesn't protect you from a private company not letting you on their platform. Freedom of speech literally means the government can't put you in jail or confiscate your printing press.
YouTube, everywhere I try to post, they're monitoring everything I say. If they don't like it, they could just delete my channel. They could delete this. I mean, do you understand the type of world that we're coming to, guys? I mean, it's ridiculous. Once we question something, here come the fact checkers to silence us.
I've still not had it explained how being fact checked is silencing you. Your original thing still stands. It's just someone else coming in and being like, actually, here are things that you got wrong, and here are citations for why you're wrong. That's not being silenced. That's you wanting to silence someone who comes and corrects you. So you're trying to silence someone. It's always projection. Every single time.
It's just the world of oppression is real, guys. Y'all gotta fucking wake up and say...
People pointing out my lies is oppression.
And see the bigger picture, man. It's not about left or right wing, man. We gotta see who the real enemy is, guys. I hope I made
the real enemy was facts all along.
Sense in some type of way. I mean, there's a lot more things I could say, but I want to keep ranting too much. But anyway, yeah, man. So this is MOE for the 713. Leave your comments down below. Let me know what y'all think. I'm gonna see you on the next one, guys. Bam.
I'm gonna call he be tripping. He be tripping. That's the QAnon stuff. That's the QAnon stuff for the day. Bit messages. Let's get to bit messages. Puffin Time says, I thought they were on E now. I'm not sure who that's in reference to. Chaotic Star Whale with 20 bits. Hi, Hannah. I have my first appointment with a gender therapist in a few hours. I'm both excited and nervous. Hey, congratulations. Good for you. Hope it goes well. Aaliyah Bogwash, thank you for resubscribing with a 4-month streak. Puffin Time with 20 bits. It's looking like he's getting impeached. Ours are jumping on board, including Liz Cheney. Oh, yes, please let Donald Trump be the first president to be removed from office. Lily Loves Stuff with 20 bits. The Kennedy family curse would be a fun dive for a special Tinfoil Tuesday. I just realized that I did this, and I'm wearing devil horns, so if a call for an uprising sees this video, he definitely is going to think I'm a Satanist, and not just doing the rock on symbol. Lily Loves Stuff with 20 bits. The Kennedy family curse could be a fun dive for a special Tinfoil Tuesday. Yeah, I'll have to curate some videos for it. Look at this dog and cat says there's a character that shows up on YouTube called Juan O'Savin that a lot of Q people thinks is JFK Jr. Yeah, I think there were a couple people they thought might be JFK Jr. Puffin Time says, how is he so confident? This is crazy. Mustache power? Logarth with 20 bits. Bald Hulk Hogan seems like he could use some therapy. Lily Loves Stuff says the Italian government collapses like once every 2 to 3 years, to be fair. Like, that's happened dozens of times since the end of World War II, so that's not alarming. Tucker White says, this is like Transformers 2, 3, 4 level of just implausible variables that have to fall perfectly into place for someone to cover shit up. Mythyol, thank you for following. Rough Bubbles 1, thank you for following. Logarth with 20 bits. It's literally a coding repository for coding stuff. That was in regard to the website that was mentioned earlier. Clout Hub, basically not a Russian hacking operation. Shadow Witch with 100 bits. So I need to send you a message, all funny, stupid, that is me aside, and wonder if you prefer Twitch or Twitter, and I'm really bad at both, to be honest. Twitter's a better place to get in contact with me. Tucker White 94 with 20 bits. Who's Belle Delphine and why should you care? Belle Delphine is an e-girl, and you shouldn't care. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. Figures a Houston Astros fan would not be well connected with reality. Legando the Lonely, thank you for following. Karori, thank you for following. Lily Loves Stuff with 20 bits. The butt checker does it for the love of the game. Logarth says, who butt checks the butt checker? Stone Corbell with 20 bits. George Soros, BLM, Antifa, PSYOP. It's a Tinfoil Tuesday Royal Flush. Michael Lamont, thank you for following. Danny Locks, thank you for following. Logarth the 20 bits says, secretly. Lost Peon, thank you for following. Logarth the 20 bits, maybe you should stop being fascists. And then Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. Here's a fact from fact checkers. The Houston Astros cheated to win the World Series. Now I think all Astros fans are this delusional. Great. Oh, what else?
That's
What
right,
else? What else?
capitalistic propaganda.
Thank you. Scadger, thank you for following. What's this animated stuff? Someone sent this. I don't know if there's like any interesting ones. This is from a podcast of some sort, I think. And someone animates these. I'm sure this is no agenda. It sounds anti-vax based on the title, but I'm sure they have no agenda.
I got into a beef with the Libjos.
Oh, do tell.
What I'm doing is pointing out the numbers. I'm actually working on another.
A Substack forthcoming.
Substack forthcoming. It's going to be on mass hysteria.
Nice.
And so I'm showing them the numbers out of Africa, and they're all, yeah, so what? You know, the ICUs, they're full.
Oh, wait, stop right there. Can I play you my clip before you tell us the story?
Oh, if it is pertinent, of course.
South Africa.
Our correspondent Nomsa Maseko is in Johannesburg. She told me hospitals are under strain.
They are severely under strain, particularly in two provinces, the Western Cape and KwaZulu-Natal provinces, where hospitals are at full capacity, some by up to 140%. But it's not just COVID patients that are filling up those beds, but it's also trauma cases which are fueled by crime and alcohol, and also road traffic accidents. The sale of alcohol will be banned with immediate effect in South Africa until the middle of January next year.
Yeah, it's exactly what's going on here, only in South Africa, you can see it, and it's out in the open, because they're locked up. And
Guys, it's both. They're saying that the COVID patients are taking up beds that would normally be filled by trauma patients, but because people are already there with COVID, they don't have the beds for the people with other types of stuff going on. That's the point.
Getting hammered and dying. It's not, you heard it very clearly, it's not just, it's not COVID. No, it's all the other stuff that's going on.
Well, we've had clips from hospitals saying there's no COVID patients in the place, but be that as it may.
Yeah, back to the lib jokes.
There's a phrase I don't want to use again. So I'm getting to this thing, and then one of them chimes in and says, this is great. John's going to obviously not take the vaccine. That moves me up one place.
What, in podcaster land? What is he thinking? Or in
the vaccination line.
Oh my God. It moves me up one place.
Okay, I can't deal with these people anymore. These are the most obnoxious podcasters I think I've ever heard. And I know obnoxious. I hear myself talk every stream. I do need to put Hannah makes a disparaging comment about herself on the bingo card. It's all the time. It's my go-to. It's how I diffuse tension. It's disparaging remarks. Self-deprecation. Okay, maybe let's try this one. This is that Warriors for Christ channel that we talked about that was sketchy earlier because it was just like strain. Hold on. Secular Socialist has some videos that they... Don't trust artist Andre 3000 exposed. And then there's another one. Man-made animals finally exposed. Oh no, is this person like Hans Wormhat? I kind of want to watch this now. Is this a person like Hans Wormhat that believes that animals are fake? Oh no. Oh no!
And I'm saying that because a lot of people not gonna get this video right here with these weird animals. I already did one on it and they wouldn't allow it to be up. You understand? So now, reboot and re-energize. I'm gonna give you a new one of it. I'm gonna show you more of them. You understand? All fake animals they give the masses, they make them specially for their zoos, and of course they go tell the masses most of them go in this stink. Nothing but fake shit they give the masses. Look at cows and all of them shit you eat every day, they never go this stink. But these that nobody eat go this stink. Dumb on.
Is there an animal cute enough that it's worth traveling to the end of the earth to see? Well, Madagascar off the coast of Africa is about...
Is he saying that other animals that people don't eat go extinct, but cows never go extinct? Cows are plentiful because human beings breed them in farms and factory farms to produce milk and meat. That's why they've not... Okay.
Where's Madagascar? They used to fool the dumb masses, tell you all those weird animals over there. Watch their hand sign. You better know.
They think these people think every single hand position is a secret satanic Illuminati Freemason thing.
The same Lion King dumb shit that they give the masses from the same so-called Madagascar in Africa. Nothing but bullshit they give the people.
It's remotest spot as you can find. And the only place in the world where lemurs live in the wild. Maybe look like stuffed animals.
This one right here is lemurs, so-called look like stuffed animals. And I tell you, all of them is coded. That's what you need to know. All the
How dare you, okay? They're very real lemurs. Zaboomafoo is real, damn it. Don't take this away from me.
animals that they basically create, have people amused, basically going to the zoo to look at them. Get out of here, people. It's some animals.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this majestic creature. Are you telling me that this is not a real lemur? Would the Krat brothers lie to me? Tell me, what would they stand to gain?
That they made up.
But there's much more than meets the eye. Here's my Nightline co-anchor, Dan Harris.
I defy you to watch
And take a look at these right here, people. You'll never get it. Why you think I say they create them? Because I'm smart enough to know what the fuck they use to make them. They mix a lot of animals and to make one. That's how they do it. 100% bam. A lot of people don't get it. Why you think, how you think they create those dogs that you see in those dog shows? You believe that natural born dogs? No way. It's the same way they create.
How do they create the dogs at dog shows? Selective breeding. Selective breeding over long periods of time.
These animals, and they make a lot of money off them. Put them in the so-called zoo.
video of these little varmints capering around.
The so-called zoo? It's a zoo. What do you mean so-called zoo?
And this one right here is also a fake animal. I told you already. Why I call them fake is because it's mixed DNA they put together.
Okay, okay, first of all, no, lemurs are not like some sort of genetic Frankenstein that's been put together. It's not a chimera as far as we know. Why am I... It's not a chimera, okay? Even if it was, though, if lemurs were somehow a chimera of multiple different species, it would still be a real animal. Like, it would be alive, and it would, you know, if it was like this, it would clearly be alive and active and be able to reproduce and all the things that would make it a living, breathing thing. It would be an animal. It would just be a genetically modified animal.
These animals 100% in.
They fall in love with it.
There you go, people. What you think?
This
have them in a controlled environment and tell you they see them in Madagascar in Africa. That's how they do it, and I told you they're the one who create them in labs.
is the lemur. They come in more than 100 flavors, including this.
More than 100 flavors. And watch this right here, people. I told you they're the one who created some mixed creature with monkey, and they give you this.
Kind aptly named the dancing lemur.
There you go, people. Look at this right here. Don't worry about it. Probably somebody playing around and they video it from far. That's how they do it, people. But it look like a stuffed animal. Of course it's fake shit.
There's also the ringtail lemur.
This is almost weirder than Hans, because at least Hans is like... I can't believe I'm saying Hans is more reasonable than this. At least Hans is like... It's just fake. It's outright fake. It's not real. It's an animatronic. It's untrue. Hans is wrong about that. But at least I can sort of understand the internal logic. It's not really, because it still doesn't make sense why governments or whoever is doing this would do it, but I at least understand the A to B. This is even weirder because he thinks that lemurs are fake, but they're real. It's just that they're genetically modified to exist for some reason. Why? Zoos or something? I don't know. Can this guy and Hans Wormhat debate so they can figure out which animals are real and which ones are fake? I would give just about anything to have Hans Wormhat and this guy debate.
The bamboo lemur and the bamboo dancing lemur.
He does transvestigation videos. Wow, this guy is really like Hans, isn't he?
There's also the ringtail lemur.
Most of them people, they like to mix them with raccoon to get this black and white and the fuzzy tail.
It's a monkey raccoon.
Can't fool everybody. It's made up animals. You can't fool me.
The bamboo lemur and the black and white lemur, which looks like a skunk crossed with a panda bear crossed.
People cross with a panda bear, cross with what? It's nothing but fake shit they give the masses. These are not real animals.
With a miniature pincher. They only live in one place on Earth, the country of Madagascar.
Wow, why would this animal live only one place on Earth? They can't fool me, people. It's them make it.
There's animals that have, like, specific habitats all over the place. That's not abnormal. Like penguins live at the South Pole, polar bears live at the North Pole. Like, it's not abnormal for certain animals to live in specific areas that they've, adapted to. That happens.
They mix up a whole lot of different animals' DNA and make this shit right here.
Coast of Africa. This place and these animals are now the subject of a new IMAX movie
There you
called...
go, people. Yes, a subject of a new IMAX movie. IMAX. The eye is on it for a reason, people. Psychonic shit.
I think the I's on it because I think IMAX stands for something. Hold on, let me see what IMAX stands for. IMAX is a proprietary system of high-resolution cameras, film formats, film projectors, blah, blah, blah. Control F name, maybe. The incorporation date of the company was September 1967. The name change came a year or two later. We first called the company Multi-Screen Corporation because that, in fact, was what people knew us as. About a year, our attorney informed us that we could never copyright or trademark Multivision. It was too generic. It was a descriptive word. The words that you can copyright are words like Kleenex or Xerox or Coca-Cola. If the name is descriptive, you can't trademark it, so they have to make up a word. So we were sitting at lunch one day in a Hungarian restaurant in Montreal. We worked out a name on a placement on which we wrote, or a placemat rather, on which we wrote all the possible names we could think of. We kept working with the idea of maximum image. We turned it around and came up with IMAX. Well, there you go. Maximum image, but they put the image before the max. IMAX. Image maximum. It's not satanic.
100% just like your iPhone and your iMac. Wake your ass up, and I told you. They make movies are fakery.
Island of Lemurs. Madagascar is an exceedingly difficult place to film, especially given the...
Of course, it's nothing but crap. You believe that they actually go in there to film something?
Yes.
Of course, the imaginary Madagascar, they fool the masses with it. Of course, they're not going there to film shit. It's all done in studios.
Elaborate equipment necessary for an IMAX movie. Whoa.
There you go, people. Nothing but some made-up creatures they got right here. Watch again.
Necessary for an IMAX movie. Whoa.
Watch them. Nothing but
Uh-oh, I don't want a lemur fight on me.
With no roads in much of this Texas-sized country.
There you go, people. No roads over there. And now it's a fucking psyop they're running with that Madagascar. Nothing but trash.
Used a hot air balloon to get some shots.
There you go, people.
And
How
employed...
much people can get to go to a balloon to go over there? How many people can do it? It's nothing but psyop.
Scores of locals...
Why? What would the purpose be to make up lemurs?
to lug the gear around.
Honestly, psyop should definitely be on the bingo card.
So this get lost almost instantly. 2 or 3 steps off a pathway, you turn around and you can't find the pathway anymore.
But for all the difficulties, the shots they captured...
There you go, people. Fake animals they give the masses. Where would these animals come from? Just right here. Wow, where they come from, people?
They evolved.
How did they pop up right here? Who put them there? And just in case you're dumb, most of the animals that you see all over the world is man put them there. You understand? Move them around. And of course, why would these animals be in only one place? Made up animals for the dumb
Amazing.
people.
Like this lemur known as the Indri, famous for its loud cries.
And don't worry about it, people. What I don't tell you what this is.
Let me see. Where do lemurs live? Where do lemurs live? Is there a map? Can I get a map of lemur areas? Does National Geographic have a map of where lemurs live? Someone better have a map. Madagascar. Oh, they're on an island. They evolved on an island. That's why they're only in Madagascar. They didn't learn to swim or build boats. At some point, I assume Madagascar was a part of the coast that it is separated from in Africa. But over time, with tectonic shifts, it became an island. and then the animals there continue to evolve, secluded from the rest of the world, and some of them became lemurs. That's the answer. That's the literal answer. I'm only half paying attention to this video. How dare you? Half my attention is more impressive than 200% of your attention.
This is a controlled environment. All the ones you see they show you on Discovery Channel and the so-called Animal Channel, Animal Planet, they are controlled areas. They show you controlled environment, like a damn zoo. It just got trees and everything in there, fooling the dumb masses.
The injury is really the pop star of the lemurs. It's got a complex call which evolves as the song continues.
It's foolishness, people. 100% crap. And I got more from you. Bam on. See this
Red
right
panda.
Here? With the diamond fence. Look at this right here. They also call this a red panda bear right here. Take a look at it, people. They're fooling the dumb masses. It's not real.
It's real.
Take a look at it. You see what it look like, people? It look dead on like a damn raccoon. That's what it is, no doubt.
This is what I don't get. Okay, so a lot of conspiracy theories, I could understand how people get to that point. Not that they're reasonable in their beliefs, but I understand why people find those beliefs appealing. Flat Earth, for instance, a lot of people who are religious will use that to justify biblical literalism. Or with QAnon, people believe the world is complicated and its problems are insurmountable and they feel that they have no agency, so they buy into this belief that the world is actually not complicated as it appears. It is actually very simple and all evil is done by this secret cabal of Satanists, and Donald Trump is a hero that's going to solve all the world's problems by just arresting these evil people, right? It simplifies the world. It's incorrect, but it makes things feel simpler and safer because they're understandable, whereas the world that we actually live in is complex and difficult and full of systems that sort of function on their own and people going after various different goals, some of them going against each other. You know, it's complicated geopolitics, economics, sociology, and all sorts of shit. So certain conspiracy theories simplify the world. It's not necessarily healthy, but it's a coping mechanism for people. Understand that. I don't understand this kind of conspiracy theory, because what insecurity is this helping this person deal with? A lot of conspiracy theories end up coming out of people feeling insecure about certain things, either their place in the world or the complexity they're in, like I just talked about. What hole is this conspiracy filling for this person that they feel the need to go out and say that animals are genetically engineered? Is it an anti-evolution thing? Is it thinking that, I don't know, are they freaked out by the amount of variability in animals? They need to try and justify this? I don't know. I guess I don't get it.
Call it a red panda. Why panda? Because the panda is another fake where they give the masses. There you go. Look at the tail, people. Look like a fox. A fox mixed up with a raccoon. And they call it a red panda. That's how they do it. A red panda. There you go. Take a look at that, people. Are you kidding me?
That is a cute red panda, though.
This is fake.
Oh, he also believes sloths are fake.
And they are left behind.
Give birth to
koalas.
Who designed it?
Wow, him and Hans should really talk. They agree that, because they think like all these animals are fake, but for different reasons. Hans thinks they're like animatronics or puppets, and this guy thinks they're genetic creations. So interesting. I guess he does like transvestigations too. We're not going to do one of those today, but we'll come back to this guy at some point. Very strange. Let's do some bit messages. Puffintime says Tucker is ignoring all actual news from today and is instead big mad at Twitter. I assume you mean Tucker Carlson. Skooma Addict, thank you for resubscribing. Stone Corbell with 20 bits. Hannah, don't be a Zabooma fool. Big Lemur has you tricked. Logarth with 20 bits. If animals are all fake, what does that make furries? Quasi Shuffle Kitty with 100 bits. Me and you and Zaboomafoo faking everything like the Satanists do. Me and you and Zaboomafoo faking everything like the Satanists do. Yeah, okay. That was not bad. Kipudi Juo, thank you for following. TubeMan642 with 20 bits. Lemurs are native to Madagascar, which is uninhabited, which is why you don't see them just running around with people. Trans Queen of Salt with 20 bits. In the middle of an estrogen tattoo, watching stream to distract myself. Thanks, Anna. Logarth with 20 bits. Today I learned Arctic is actually a root word for bear, not anything to do with cold or snow or anything. So Arctic means has bears, and Antarctic means without bears. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Stone Corbell with 20 bits. You missed when he said he thought Madagascar was not real. Oh, I missed that. Okay. Logarth with 20 bits. Lemurs are actually pretty popular fursonas. Fun fact, one of the very few primates commonly used as fursonas, too. Yeah, that is interesting. I wonder why. You'd think there'd be more like chimp or bonobo or, you know, other kind of monkeys. Dingo Subman with 100 bits. We love you, Hannah. You make the perfect babysitter for my partner because your voice reminds her of home. She's a little Midwest baby. You're the best. Thanks. WTF4174 with 100 bits. Love the channel. Canadian Left support with 20 bits. All this talk about Hannah's breasts just makes me think of the clip from American Dad. Except from the episode where Stan becomes a lady. No, different one.
Hey, how about two in the back? Or I can combine these two into one fantastic super
boob. Oh yeah, I remember super boob. No one ever wants the super boob. Logarth says, 20% of Republican members of the House and Senate are complaining that they have to go through a metal detector to get to the floor right now. Literally at this moment, they are complaining on the floor. Oh my god. Gee, I wonder why we have to go through metal detectors. It's almost like there was an insurrection attempt the other day. Jesus Christ. What losers. Maybe let's try and take a look at this one as like a last video. I don't know if it'll be good enough to actually go through, but this is that Warriors for Christ guy. This is the channel that we thought was strange because it had a ton of channel views and has been losing subscribers even though it has 500,000, and it was just sus. Someone actually pointed out to me that this channel used to belong to the Vigilant Christian, who then deleted all his videos and turned the channel over to this guy who now posts on here, which is why it's so odd. So that mystery is solved. He has a new video titled, Are We in the Last Days? Let's see if he thinks we are, in fact, in the end times, as many religious people have thought for literally as long as religion has existed.
I know, I thought I'd share that clip, because that's kind of what it feels like right now, doesn't it? You know, you go on social media now, and all you hear is, the sky is falling, the world's gonna end. You know, I mean, I have seen the proliferation of so many different theories going on in the last few days that I actually want to, you know, I told my wife, I'm like, I got to get off of this, because this is just, you know, insane. You know, but you know, and that's what I said, you know, I titled this video, Are We in the Last Days? Because, well, I mean, yeah, we're in the last days. We've been in the last days for a while.
I like that he says that with such utter confidence. He's like, of course we're in the last days. Christians have been saying we're in the last days for the last 2,000 years, but, you know, I'm definitely right on this one. I have a YouTube channel, so.
But recent events haven't really escalated all that much. The only thing that's escalated is the censorship, and I
not gonna mention when was this? No, this was January 10th. He knows that a bunch of insurrectionists tried to take over the U.S. Capitol. That's not something that you're concerned about in regard to end times prophecy. I don't believe in end times prophecy, so I don't think it has anything to do with that, but it just seems to me, if I was into end times prophecy, that would be something I would care about, but I'm guessing this guy doesn't disagree with the insurrectionists, so that might explain the lack of concern.
You know, I didn't think it would be, I didn't think that the censorship would be, would be this quickly, but it's here. We've been warning about this for 3 years about censorship and not relying on social media. I mean, as Christians, and they got you good, didn't they? I mean, think about it. They got you good. You have this virus out there now where they told their churches to close, and hey, man, just stream your services online.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. See, when I was a Christian, I was under the impression that God was everywhere, and well, it was nice to get together for church or whatever. You could worship anywhere because God is everywhere all the time. But all of a sudden, there's a global pandemic, and you get told, hey, do your services from home for however long we need to do it. And all of a sudden, oh my God, no, we gotta go do it in person. Jesus himself said, if you try and worship and pray in front of other people for the clout, then you are a hypocrite. Listen to Jesus on this one. Use a Zoom meeting. It's fine.
Rely, well, we got you. Well, now Facebook made you dependent on them to where Christians don't even know how to be Christians outside of a social media or digital world anymore, do they? They don't have the first clue. And it's actually a really sad thing to see. And some of it, by the way, is because of some of these pastors and some of these churches that, they've really gotten, made a name for themselves off of this. Okay, because, again, why do you think false prophets were allowed to proliferate all over the place? And men and women followed them without any discernment. Okay, there was absolutely no calling them out. And even now, how many men and women falsely prophesied that Donald Trump was going to stay? And I get it. Some of you are going to get mad at me for saying it, but look, the truth is the truth. It's over. Okay, he's not going to be our president. Okay, I mean, there's not going to be any emergency broadcast system messages. It's not going to happen. As much as I would like to believe it, it's not.
When end-time prophecy guy is even telling you that your conspiracy theories are played out and wishful thinking, you probably need to reevaluate.
Not going to. But here we are. And, a couple of years ago, Facebook had banned our first page. We had our first page, Words for Christ page, which got up to 226,000 followers. And we were growing fast. I mean, we were shooting out of nowhere. Every day was like, oh, we hit 50. Oh, we hit 60. Oh, we hit 70. And, at the time, I mean, I was screaming to the hills, censorship, 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 right? They hate Christians. And look, we've done more than most in exposing some of the bias on there. I've testified at congressional here at the tennis in Nashville, the House congressional hearings there against Facebook. Facebook had a lobbyist there. I screenshot hundreds and hundreds, thousands upon thousands of screenshots of how Facebook has allowed, liberals and pro-gay people to come on here with their messages of you should kill yourself, you should die, letting people harass and stalk.
If you report people for that, they will get banned, regardless of if they're, gay or straight or whatever. You can't tell people to, off themselves on the internet.
I mean, and I'm not talking,
at least on moderated sites.
I'm talking literally. Harass and stalk my family, dox my family, dox me, and they let it happen. And, we shared screenshots. And, throughout it all, we lost that page. We got another page. We lost, we got that one, we got the other one, 80,000 and 40,000. But looking back, it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me, to be honest. Now, that might be weird to say. When you have a large page like that, I believe it was the best thing that ever happened to me. Because if that didn't happen, I don't think I'd be doing what I do right now. I do believe that, in 2017, we had 226,000 at that point in time. 2021, we'd probably be up to 1.5 million, maybe 2 million people by now. And we wouldn't have been as effective. We've been relevant, sure, but we wouldn't have been effective.
I don't know if that's true because your channel's been losing subscribers since you took over this channel, so don't know about that one. Okay, though. Whatever you say.
Because when you get that page, when you get that profile, you don't realize how much it consumes you. Because when you got 1.5 million, 2 million people on there, you don't want to lose that page, right? You want to do everything in your power to keep it. You want to keep it up. You want to, You know, you start rationalizing things in your own head. Well, you know, we're reaching people, and let's be honest here. On this platform here, we're not really reaching the lost. Okay, we're reaching lost Christians, sure, but you know, the use of social media saying, "Well, I'm reaching sinners." No, you're not. Okay, you're reaching other Christians, and that's not a bad thing. But we got to be honest with ourselves. But you know, my focus would have been paying attention to everything online. And I probably would have become a Greg Locke or a Joel Osteen or one of those guys. Because, you know, you want to stay on there. So you compromise a little here. You compromise a little there. You stop talking about things that you know are going to get banned. And you got full-fledged compromise. You know, so getting off of there, having those things banned has helped me become the Christian that I am. And has made me more effective as a minister. I mean, just take a look.
If your religion, your particular sect of religion, has such vile hate that you're getting potentially banned off Facebook for your religious beliefs, probably reconsider them. I'm assuming you're just being very, very anti-gay.
We've been more effective since we lost that kind of stuff than we ever have been. We have shut down more drag queen story hours. We've stopped libraries from having LGBT items in the library. We've stopped towns from voting to make their pride cities, you know, sanctuary whatevers. We got to the point where we have mayors and governors and lawmakers from all over the country reaching out and asking me for help when these things come up. And that was all since Facebook took my large page away from me. So Facebook, I believe, actually did me a favor. Because I didn't even go out and start preaching in the streets until that stuff was gone, you know, and it was a blessing in disguise because we've helped, you know, expose Facebook's bias. You know, with what's going on right now, they're talking about this here. And look, there is no place for threats of violence. I don't like it when it's done to me, and I certainly don't advocate for anybody else to do it. Okay, somebody just asked a question, what do you think about the people that want to hang my pens? I think they're that is not the behavior of a Christian.
I don't know about that one. Wait till this guy hears about the Crusades or Jim Crow or slavery or the Spanish Inquisition or all the interfaith conflicts between Protestants and Catholics.
Did you know that authorities found pipe bombs and zip ties with the MAGA crowd to make members of Congress hostage? And I don't agree with any of that. You know, when we go out to preach, we're there literally to just preach the word of God and go home. That's all we want to do. And, you know, like I said, I voted for Donald Trump. I still support Donald Trump. I think what they're doing to him is terrible. However,
what they're doing to him, aka going through with the results of a Democratic election,
it's over. It's over. You know, we don't want it to be over. But it is, and we have to wake up to that reality. There's not going to be... Donald Trump did not sign the Insurrection Act. That didn't happen. Your phones are not going to update to take away the function of the emergency broadcast system. They can't do that. That's part.
That's interesting. Some of his fans are not a fan of this. He has a little bit over 10%. Now a little bit more because I just disliked it too. Are against this video. That's interesting. I wonder how many people are like, after everything that we've seen already, you still have to answer this question? The POTUS has signed a certain piece of paper. Don't want to say too much. You need to search this.
And again, this is all of ignorance. Okay, I keep hearing people say, my military contacts told me this. No, they did not. I was in the military. Okay, I had a top secret clearance. The last thing that the military guys are going to do is go run their mouths to some, somebody out there to say, hey, listen, go tell these people. They're not going to do that. Okay? We had a good run. We did. But it's over. And it's over for a reason. It's over because what we're seeing now is exactly what we deserve. Because Facebook and Twitter and all that, they're a distraction. And they've caused the gospel to be watered down so much. I mean, just take a look. The Bible tells us that
the gospel's been watered down, aka I stopped being as homophobic on the internet because they keep banning me, so the gospel's been watered down. Yikes.
In the last days here, there are going to be many false prophets, there are going to be many astray. How many of these Facebook relevant preachers, pastors, evangelists, whatever, prophesied that Donald Trump was going to remain in the White House for 4 more years and that Biden would never step foot in the White House? 450 of them did it. 450. 2 of them apologized, not for being false prophets. They apologized for, well, you know, we didn't hear the Lord right. You're a false prophet. And yet, men and women still continue to follow them. This is why the world, America, is going through what it's going through. Because all the Christians that are out there talking about, this, that, and the other, you follow false prophets. And you care more about that than you have made an idol out of men. And many will say, no, we haven't, but you have. Because the Word of God says you should mark and avoid these false prophets. And this isn't me just saying it. It's not me just coming out there saying, well, this so-and-so said this. You have video sitting there. You can go look it up yourself and hear them and hear the words out of their own mouths. And yet men and women just don't care. Everyone's a Christian until things get biblical. Then all of a sudden we want to make excuses and justify why we're going to continue to follow false teachers, false prophets. Why? Because they make me feel good. Right? That's really it is in the end of the day. They tell me the things I want to hear. The Bible tells us in the last days we're going to have itching ears. And there's a whole lot of men out there willing to scratch those itching ears.
Christian pundits calling each other false prophets, like that Spider-Man meme where it's 3 Spider-Men all pointing at each other.
Okay. I mean, you know, we're in the last days, yes. How do we know? Well, I'm going to go through some scripture here, but I just want to make this point known first. I mean, we deserve this. We deserve all of it. Because we have not, we've actually forgotten God. We don't fear God anymore. We fear men.
Have you heard the people, the politicians at the Capitol talking about the insurrection attempt? They are mentioning God so often. It is so bad. What are you talking about? Religion gets discussed constantly in America.
Don't we? I mean, after all, look at the church today. They're more worried about following the guys like Osteen and Furtick and Greg Locke. I mean, come on. Greg Locke came out today and said, they stopped my video, but he forgot to take the video down, which says that he paused his own video, thus lying to deceive his followers to make people think that he's being censored by Facebook. I mean, the evidence is right. This isn't me just saying it. It's right there. And nobody has any discernment. I mean, that guy says that Mark, take it to the bank. The Lord told him that Donald Trump is going to be, and it wasn't true. False prophet. It's as simple as that. But people make that's how the Jehovah's Witnesses are born. Did you know that? That's how the Southern Day Adventists are born. Because their leaders prophesied falsely, and instead of just saying, hey, listen, you wicked devil, you false prophet, tossing them out of their butts, instead they, technically wasn't a false prophet because, and they rationalize, because again, they don't want to believe that the people they're following are wrong.
Oh my God. Do I even want to get into what I want to say about this? I feel like it's hypocritical of him to say this. I feel like that you're describing basically every religion, but whatever.
Cognitive dissonance. It's a sad state of affairs. And all these people keep talking about you're not going to reach anybody when you're a liar, when you're a false prophet. I mean, come on. Look, have you taken a look at Facebook today? Let's just go on here real quick. I mean, people are willing to believe anything. I mean, yes, 42 million babies are murdered last year. That's what we should be focusing on. 42 million babies were murdered last year. Well, the churches went on their MAGA speaking tours. That's the truth. Okay, it's one thing to vote, it's one thing to speak up, but come on, guys. You want to talk about the last day? Let's read what the Bible says about the last days, okay? Let's read some of the things the Bible says. And you tell me, okay? I want to read a couple things here with me. So let's read first 2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1 through 15. But realize this, that in the last days, difficult times will come.
Ooh, what a prophecy. In the last days, difficult times will come. You'll know when this is, because humans very rarely face difficult times. History is full of very boring periods where nothing happens and there's absolutely no struggle. So when you get difficulties for the first time in human history, that's when the end times are coming.
For men will be lovers of self, lovers of money, boastful, arrogant.
Again, humans are never boastful, arrogant, or love money. Therefore, when that happens, one time in the history of the world, because it's never happened before, that's how you'll know it's the end times. It's like a horoscope that says, like, you're going to have a difficult financial decision soon. You don't say.
Revilers, disobedient to parents, ungrateful, unholy, unloving, irreconcilable, malicious gossips.
Again, all of this is just describing how people are. You're describing people, and you're describing how people behave. This is just how people behave.
Without self-control, brutal, haters of God, treacherous, reckless, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of God.
Again, that's not even necessarily true. Most people in the world are religious, so that's untrue. Loving pleasure, again, you're just describing people. That's why pleasure is pleasure, because people enjoy it.
Holding to a form of godliness, although they have denied its power. Avoid such men as these. The Bible tells us to avoid these men, but we elevate them, thus making them an idol, because we're putting them over what the Word of God says. We're willing to ignore the Word of God in favor of men. The Bible says avoid them, we run to them. And you want to wonder why America is in the shape that it's in? It's because of you. The Bible says that we are the salt and light of the earth. We as the church. And we've ignored all of this in favor of Facebook relevancy, in favor of Donald Trump. And look, I support Donald Trump. So when I say this, I'm not saying this because I don't support him. I'm saying this because you've turned it into a cult thing.
Guy who is discussing how he thinks the end times are upon us, and then lists off a bunch of very generic horoscope-like predictions that could apply to literally any period in human history. And then tells Trump supporters, you made this a little too culty for me. I love it. I love it so much. I wanna encase it in resin and put it on my shelf just to look at it every day.
And even Christians, Christians are more worried about what goes on in the White House than in God's house. And they've abandoned their first love in favor of being relevant. And you went along with it hook, line, and sinker. Verse 5.
Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that.
I'm saying this because you've turned it into a cult thing. And even Christians, Christians are more worried about what goes on in the White House than in God's house. And they've abandoned their first love in favor of being relevant. And you went along with it hook, line, and sinker. Verse 5 in 2 Timothy chapter 3 says, holding to a form of godliness, although they have denied its power, avoid these men. Verse 6, for among them are those who enter into households and captivate weak women, weighed down with sin, led on by various impulses, always learning and never able to come to the knowledge of the truth. Just as Jannes and Jambres opposed Moses, so these men also oppose the truth, men of depraved mind, rejected in regard to the faith. But they will not make further progress, for their folly will be obvious to all, just as Jannes and Jambres' folly was also. Now you followed my teaching, conduct, purpose.
Yeet the Carter asks, Hannah, are you a weak woman? Yes, but I'm a bottom, so that's okay.
Faith, patience, love, perseverance, persecutions and suffering, such as happened to me at Antioch, at Iconium, and at Lystra. What persecutions I endured, and out of them all the Lord rescued me. Indeed, all who desire to live godly in Christ Jesus will be persecuted. But evil men and impostors will proceed from bad to worse, deceiving and being, see, we say deceiving, and being deceived. You, however, continue in the thing.
Baha says, Hannah really likes to talk about us having sex, element. No, let me explain, though. Okay, for so long, this is important, I think. For so long and for so much of my life, I've been very uncomfortable with talking about intimacy and enjoying intimacy because I'm uncomfortable with my body because of trans and don't like, But, like, now that I'm enjoying it more because of the change in dynamic, because of being more honest with myself, for the first time in my life, I'm really enjoying these things, so I feel the need to talk about it. And yeah, it's probably pretty cringe, and I apologize, but it's just, you know, I'm enjoying these things for, like, the first time in my life, so it's just, I don't know. It's on my mind a lot.
Things you have learned and become convinced of, knowing from whom you have learned them, and that from childhood you have known the sacred writings which are able to give you the wisdom that leads to salvation through faith which is in Christ Jesus. Are we living in this time now? Malicious gossips, right? Disobedient to parents, reckless, unloving, unholy, haters of God, self-pleasing. Yes. Of course we're in the last days. Paul was persecuted. And someone may ask what happened. Well, Lystra, Paul was stoned and left for dead at Iconium. Okay. He went to preach, and the Jews actually stirred up the Gentiles against him. This is the same thing. It's no different than today. It hasn't changed. But as Christians...
Alright, it just ends. It just stops. Just stops. Perfect. I wanted to be done with that video anyway. Okay. That's that video. Unceremonious stop. Let's do some bit messages and then we'll raid someone. Logarth with 150 bits says, also at the moment it 100% looks like Trump thought he was going to the Alamo in San Antonio, Texas, but most of his staffers are arriving in Alamo, Texas. Oh no, about 3.5 hours north, and neither San Antonio or Alamo have any idea where he's going to because they don't have permits out for a big event. Also of note, the Alamo is not a very big space and is densely settled, and Alamo, Texas is a fairly rural city with no major venues. So holy shit, it's the Four Seasons all over again. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I hate Boomtherost 54. Thank you for following. Kitty Cat Claws with 200 bits. Love all the cat-themed usernames in the chat. Makes me feel safe. Bardlock Moses with 100 bits. F you. I'm a VFW and I didn't turn into a POS. Dude Spanking Dudes with 20 bits. I'm pretty sure I have COVID now. I have no smell and no taste. My cough has gotten better and I feel less sick, but I've been having no energy and just depressed. Oh, I'm sorry. Stay safe, okay? And make sure you get to, like, the hospital if you need to, okay? Dude Spanking Dudes. I shall now call you Hanner Bananer. Okay. Towing 24. I'm all for evangelicals dragging each other, but this is boring. Yeah, I get it. Bardlock Moses. Just a reminder, the MAGA rioters killed a cop. Canadian Left Support with 20 bits. Please tell us more about your sex life, Hannah. I'm not complaining. Nah, I think I've talked about it enough today. Maybe another time. I also don't know what the actual lines for TOS are in terms of talking about that kind of thing, so... Praxis Powers, thank you for following. So yeah, that's the stream. Yay, everyone, we did it. Let's find someone to raid. Thank you, everyone, by the way, who came to the stream. It was a lot of fun, as always. If you are new here, give me a follow if you like what you saw. We do Tinfoil Tuesday every Tuesday. Isn't it funny how that works? It's like it's in the name or something. We also do Chud Watch a lot of days of the week, which is where we look at right-wing grifters and stuff and take a look what they're up to, look at politics and stuff going on in current events. We do a bunch of other stuff too, sovereign citizen stuff. It's fun. So if anyone's, new here, follow or check me out some other time. Let me see, who do I want to raid? I could raid Antipodian Squid. Squid's doing stuff, or if I find someone new. I like jumping around to new people, but if there isn't anyone, then I'll... Okay, let's do Squid. We'll do Squid. Squid is playing Pokemon. Right on. Okay, well, everyone, have a wonderful evening. Stay safe out there. We only have 8 more days. We only have 8 more days until Trump is no longer the president, and that'll be nice. So look forward to that. I'll be busy tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. But either way, I'll be back Thursday to do something else. So come find me then. Have a good night, everyone. Chat is valid as always.
There's birds on the riverway? Sure.